Okay, we should be live now. I'm like 70% sure we're live.
Let's go, audience of one.
Okay. Okay, there's two concurrent viewers. We have one viewer. Let's go. Starting off strong.
Based.
Okay, so I think we should
The one
probably.
viewer is me, by the way.
Hmm?
The one viewer is me. I'm viewing from the
No, we have two concurrent viewers.
Starlight. Oh, two concurrent viewers. Okay,
Yeah.
okay. Buzzing. We're gonna beat you. Okay.
Okay, sure. So, okay, let me start the recording so I have an archive. Okay, we're recording as well. Please
Perfect.
go ahead and do the introduction.
さあ、始まるざますよ。
いくでがんす。Okay.
Okay, no. Okay, so yes, hello everyone who has taken the time out to come here. This is my first stream. It is
It's not your
not
first stream.
Ditto's first.
It's not your first stream either. Don't forget.
Wait, what is my? Oh, yes, yes. Yes.
Oh my god. Okay, I think.
Okay. No, yes. I mean that doesn't count. It was mostly the IRL, so don't especially care about how things turn out, I guess.
I mean, I think no
But
joke. We had more viewers online than IRL, but it's fine.
I mean, fair. I mean, half those views were carried by India 39 anyway, and those are IRLs question mark,
Okay, sure.
sort of. I mean, I know they exist in real. Okay.
Yeah.
Uh,
The people you speak to on Twitter are glorified grok bots. I understand what you're trying to say. Okay.
yes, Grok is this. Okay. Grok is okay. So, welcome to Starlight Review. This is the well, just a bit of background on this. I guess so. This is the culmination of podcast plans we had. Yes, Darshan, Gork, is this real? Uh, so this is the culmination of podcast plans we had. Sort of going back. I think it started off like me and my good Twitter friend Nick, who is supposed to join this at some point, like to watch. But yeah,
I don't know
wanted
what
to
that
do a
is.
podcast. I believe at some point, Dictu here was like, we should do a podcast, and then all three of us were scheduled to do a podcast, and then it kind of didn't materialize at the time. But then as we went along, sort of this, Dictu kept knocking on the door, like, when are you gonna do a podcast? When are we gonna do a podcast? We got to do, and then like, yeah, other people we knew as well, like my partner and others were all like, you all should do a podcast. And so here we are.
There was also the Academy stream where
Oh yeah.
I
Oh
think
yeah.
a
Yeah.
lot of people.
Yes. So again, I'm guessing there's people in chat people in chat. Is this real? Okay. People in chat who know this, but for those of you who don't, Ditto and I lived in the same city. We met each other through a local anime club, of which we became
IRL people.
administrators, as in, of which Ditto was an administrator, and I became one. Uh, became one because they added me for something and forgot to remove me.
The best
So
way to become an
yeah,
administrator.
the
Let's be
best way to
honest.
become an administrator.
Yes.
Yes, the
Okay.
best way to take control of something, for sure. No responsibilities. I mean, except all of them. So I'm blanking here. Oh, I'm like a horrible streamer. Okay. So
I'm so happy this is not
as a
a
as a result,
edited podcast because I
yes,
would
yes,
have
this
to
is
go
not
watch
this
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 for.
is
I would have to go watch 3.5 hours of this and cut every time we shut up for a grand total of 10 seconds or whatever. Okay.
nah, we need to get the. I'm only halfway through my American high caffeine energy drink for the
Oh,
morning. So
you had okay.
give me a
That
sec.
reminds me. You had American high caffeine. I had this Indian's energy drink called Hell, which is heavily promoted on Swiggy Instamart. I don't
I
know how
thought you were
much.
going to say something lame, like Indian energy drink called filter coffee, but no, it's an actual one.
No, no, no. It's
Uh,
a fancy energy drink. It's cheaper than Red
I
Bull,
see.
so yeah. I mean, it's not. It
Ah,
doesn't feel like I am doing damage to my body like drinking Sting, but it feels it's cheaper than Red Bull, so yes.
how easy is it to become a BSc admin? Clearly mentioned that you don't want to be an admin in the application form and still get the position. Yes,
The less the
because
less you want to be a BSc admin, the more
the
you
less you want to be an admin, the better an admin you are. You shouldn't desire the position for power. But it is a public servant position, except you don't get paid for it. You, in fact, lose money actively
it's fine. Money is a
doing
state of
events. But
money
anyway,
is a
the
state of
whole
mind.
anyway going back to the anime club, the whole point, yeah, where we're trying to go with this was so sometime earlier this year we the club did this event which was an award show, where and so it was done at a real life event in Bangalore, India. It was a Japanese culture convention called Japan Habba. Haha, shout out, represent. So, the, but it was by everyone's admission, it wasn't as attended as it could have been. Like for all the effort that went into it, and for how much people went out, like the jury went out to distinguish it from
Yes.
certain other anime awards.
Um, are we keeping
What
names
could
out?
we?
Are we keeping
Yeah,
names out?
we're keeping names out. I'm guessing. We do
Okay.
not reference California sushi.
Wait, I completely forgot. Yes, okay. Before we
Yes.
get too
Guess what?
much into the discourse, I mean, this is only supposed to be intro. Okay.
Oh yeah, I
Because
know.
it's already been 5 minutes and I've not switched to the thing that I have set up. Okay. So,
Which
what
the
I
what?
no, the reactive stuff is not there. Okay. Yes.
Ah, okay, go for it.
Yes. So basically, oh yes. So as you can see on screen, we have two complete OCs. Do not steal. Drawn by the extremely talented Ela
Mew.
Mew. Yes.
Yes.
Who happens to be Mushi's partner. So yes. So for that, I have set up a reactive with the illustrations that they drew. So yes. Okay, now we have the actual podcast setup.
Let's go.
Okay, yes. Now we are animated, slightly animated, but
Uma,
animated nonetheless.
Umamus.
Yes, I am Hans. Mushi
I
is
am lizard collector.
lizard collector. Okay, yes, continue whatever
Maho
initially are thinking.
Shoujo Tokage-chan. Okay, but anyway, yes, back to the app. Okay, let's get more focused. Yeah, we have actually. Oh, 8 minutes have gone by. Okay.
I
Yes.
told you, 3.5 hours, 3.5 hours. Don't worry.
Yes. So
I
we
drank
so we
caffeine.
did our best. So we did our best to distinguish ourselves from the formerly Californian, now Texan anime company's anime awards ceremony, which many people report dissatisfaction with. That is the most I can say about, like, that's the most I can identify it with. And so,
Oh no,
but
we
yeah,
can't.
again, like I said, by everyone's admission, this was an underattended event, and therefore they decided to approach us to present it online, sort of like, uh, do the whole award host thingy, but in an online stream. And the end of that had more calls for, podcast when. How long was the stream again? Like
Was it
the
at the
the
end of
awards
Jan?
one?
End of Jan or February or March?
No,
I
no,
don't
no.
remember.
No, no. No, not how long ago. I meant like
How
the
long the
length,
stream
the
was? 3.5 hours? Yes, 3.5 hours. The
3.5
the
hours.
the
Yes.
event that lasted 1 hour live took 3.5 hours due to certain people not shutting up. Yes, so we need help and yes, okay, fine. I'm
Yes, and this is our help. This is our therapy. Yeah, yep, therapy. Therapy. No, I'm getting further and further away from being funny. Hold on. Okay, let's. So to dive into so 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 Starlight Review is going to be something of a variety show in that we are not um well, there is each episode, at least the way we envision it now, obviously things can change, can mutate over time. But uh, each episode is going to have some sort of, overarching premise or lens, which we can use to explore specific works, as well as talk about our own experiences as, like, fans and of the medium and members of the fandom, which are two really different things. Just in
fans of the medium
in
and
case.
members of the fandom. Yes, very different people.
Yes,
Very
I
different.
mean, they can be the same. They can be the same person. It's just two different roles. I don't know how to describe it. And with that, I believe that is as good a point as any to segue into our main talking point.
Oh no, I'm see. I take zero responsibility for the. I'm washing my hands of this topic. Okay, I'm joking.
No, no. This is your
See,
this is your okay. Okay, it's not entirely your video stream title. It's partly I am partly
see,
to blame, and also I
all I
think
want to
initially we
say,
got the number wrong.
all I want to say is, I I merely translated what was in all of our heads into a stream title. That is all.
We
Yes.
apologize. This is potentially the worst stream title. I mean, the thumbnail, on the other hand, is a work of art. So, for
Yep.
those of you who got to see it, yes. Uh, the in fact
Yes.
the thought bubble, the normie in the thought bubble is in fact a piece of anime apparel pulled from a popular anime apparel site. We apologize to the model inadvertently featured in our thumbnail as said normie.
That's sad.
The,
Okay,
the, the
I
face,
I don't think that they could have read it. You can please grace us with
the
your reading of what the
yes,
apparel says.
yes, my extremely drunk partner put together this thumbnail at 2 a.m. It looks exactly like what you think it would look like based on that description. So it is intentional, yes. So yes, apologies to random Indian anime apparel model for becoming the face of Normism in the country. So
No,
your
please,
face is not visible
please.
though.
I don't think you read out the what the apparel says. So I am waiting. I am eagerly awaiting this.
The, yes, the apparel. Wow, where's the thumbnail? Okay, the apparel in fact says. For those of you who missed it, it's a T-shirt. It's an orange T-shirt that says Datebayo Academy of Tailed Beasts.
Uh,
Established episode 1.
uh,
I don't know where this sort of
I,
merch comes from. Okay,
this can't get better. Okay, peak
it, it,
fiction.
it's great.
Okay, yes. Uh,
Okay, so this is as good a time as any to dive into. So we we initially thought we well, and that's reflected in the topic of this debut episode. We initially thought we would debut like by let's just say aura farming off of a certain viral tweet, which has whose virality has since expired, like I would say months ago, because
we
we
do things on time.
waffled quite a bit
We, we,
on coming out with this podcast.
we do things on time. I don't know what you're talking about.
Yes, we do things in our own time. So, but yeah, I think many of you have seen the post in question. Uh, it did generate a fair bit of discourse. It was interesting discourse that it generated, and that's why we wanted to sort of talk about it. So, Do you think you can pull up the screenshot?
Oh, where's the screenshot? I'm
I
setting it
sent
up
it to
right
you.
now. Oh, when did you...
Discord.
Oh, yes, 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 yes. Oh, we're still talking. Okay, yeah, give me a second.
We're still
We're still talking about. It's been it's
yes.
been
It's
2
been
months. Get
go
over.
put it.
Okay, okay,
Yes,
fine.
put
I'm
it up.
creating. I'm creating it. I'm creating it. Buy me some time. Thank you. Yes.
Okay. I'm buying your time. Yes. But yeah, like I guess I can buy that. So yes, that one. Some of you may remember. Uh,
I'm setting it up. I'm setting it up.
so
Don't
yes,
worry.
we initially wanted to.
Don't worry. It's a completely well planned stream. Don't worry.
Yeah. This is like yeah, Boku no Yapping Academia. I wish we actually did yapping and not a lot of like awkward silencing.
Yes. Okay.
But
I have it
okay,
open. I have it open now. Okay. Yes.
okay, give it a second. All right, yes, that one, that one. So context behind this, this is a clip from one of those like live game show reality show type things where there's basically four. The premise of each episode, I know nothing about this the show itself, by the way, but I know the basic premise of this is, there's four people and one of them is a fake. So let's say you have four
Yeah.
um
Mio, I will fix
I
it.
don't know
Don't worry. I will set this up in the
four
background while the podcast is
soft
happening.
four people who claim to be software engineers. Inside
Oh
joke.
no, tech bros.
One
Tech
one of
bros.
them is not, in fact, a software engineer, and so that person is the fake, and they kind of have to, through conversation, figure out who is like faking it. I forget what the thing is called. Odd one out. Yes. Okay, it's right there in the title. Okay. Yeah. They have to figure out who the odd one out is. So so for this particular episode, the premise was, I guess, being a weeb. So they have four anime fans in there, and one of them is not an anime fan at all. And
Yes.
and so this particular clip features, people talking about like two of the participants talking about Fully Coolie and Sunny Boy, and the others have had never heard of it. Uh, which I guess for Sunny Boy is like something, but
Yeah, I
then
mean,
for
yes. I think.
wow, this is so
What?
we're so well prepared. I don't even remember what's in the clip
Uh,
anymore. It's been
uh,
months.
oh yes. Buy me some more time and I'll get the stream set up as well. It is the Jubilee video. Yes. So basically, I remember what's in the clip. The clip is basically they're trying to suss out who the odd one out or the fake, quote unquote, fake anime fan is, and this.
Go back to the
What?
to our
Okay,
reactors.
that's fine. Yes.
We don't need to see this anymore.
Okay, we're back on
My
reactors.
QRT got banned on that Lomo. Yes.
Oh no. Ah, classic.
But
Okay.
yes, so I mean,
Words are hard, aren't they? Uh, don't worry. I'm setting up a version of this where we can see what's on my
yeah,
screen as well, so I don't have to keep sharing images. Okay.
right. Okay, so the thing about uh, this particular tweet, I mean, it brought out a lot of like discourse. Not all of it good, but the crux of it, it's an experience that I would imagine those of us who are at least I've kind of been through that before. Although the funniest part of it was the person who was listing all the ultra niche anime was actually the fraud.
It was
Was the odd
hilarious.
one
It
out,
was
was the one who was
hilarious.
not an anime fan, and yeah, I knew it was not the Ray cosplayer. So, uh, but yeah, it's an experience we've had before, and it's an experience we've had with far less niche anime than Dorohedoro and Fuli Kuli.
Oh no.
Yes, I mean, you would imagine, uh, and this is something where, like just me being the administrator of an IRL I say IRL, that everything's in real life. Yes,
Yes.
everything's in the world. This is the world
No,
where
no,
everything is
we live in
based.
a
Oh, okay.
simulation.
We live in the civilized. Okay, no, but yeah, hosting like IRL events for an anime club, sort of. That's when I kind of realized the hard way that the average fan who you encounter in real life doesn't know what a Madoka Magica or a Lucky Star is, or a
Madoka
Haruhi
Magica.
Suzumiya, for that matter.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, pretty sad. I understand.
It's yeah, it was kind of eye-opening. The things so we have a certain uh, tier list in our head of, like ultra mainstream to reasonably mainstream to slightly niche to very niche to lost media, quote unquote, the word thrown around, no meaning, no purpose, no logic. I, I forget what that said. But yeah, uh, so what was I going to say here? Yeah, but yeah, you learn the hard way that you actually live in something of a bubble. Uh, and
Last. I'm sorry. Okay.
lust me. Oh no. But yeah.
Yes. Okay.
Uh, so yeah, you learn the hard way that you actually live in something of a bubble, and that what you consider, or rather, what you consider sort of a mainstream formative experience for your time is, I mean, is well a product of your time, but also a product of your surroundings. And I mean, for instance, for the longest time, I assumed that Elf and Lied was an anime everyone has watched as kind of a formative must-watch experience. And I have since learned that it is not, in fact, the case.
Not everyone is you. I'm sorry.
Huh?
calling
No,
calling
no, but
calling this thing elfin lead a formative experience is certainly a take, one of them.
it's one of the takes of all time. I agree. See, I agree. Looking back, of like, how the heck were so many people watching this as like a sort of. But what I'm meaning to what I'm meaning to say is I am Indian tech support. Okay, no, but what I mean to say is, uh, it was pretty common for Elfen Lied to be among your first 10 to 20 watched anime,
I see.
if that makes sense. Yeah, one of those things that everyone talked about kind of in hushed tones, or like, oh, Elfen Lied, like, you know, super dark and so on and so forth. I mean, it had a reputation.
Yeah, I
If
mean,
some
yes.
other things,
Okay.
Erased
I
was a
can
thing
bear.
everyone
Wait,
watched.
apparently I am
I
barely
can barely
audible.
hear HK.
1 second. Let me. My volume's already max. I just need to get a better mic at this point. Okay. Yes, I'm talking closer to my mic. The other reason you can barely hear me is because I'm barely talking, because in the background I'm creating a scene where we have a browser, so we're not yapping with nothing. See, in my mind, this was an audio only podcast, but apparently I have to show stuff on stream because people are actually paying attention. Okay. Nothing. It's fine.
Ah,
Ignore.
yes. Well, but okay. So, but yeah, like, I mean, forget Elfen Lied. I remember a time when everyone watched Erased. Everyone had an opinion on Erased. Uh, everyone got outraged over that one Erased scene, which is actually extremely tame and normal and nothing to get outraged over. But but today you'd be hard pressed to find uh, to readily find anyone who's watched it. I mean, on the internet, obviously you can find them.
Yes.
You can find pretty much anyone on the internet. You know? I can find people. You can find people who've like watched all of Yamamura Koji's short anime on the internet. That's not super hard, but it's one thing when and I guess
Okay.
HKS. I guess Ditto, you'd agree with me on this. It's one thing.
It's a good thing,
It's one
yes.
thing to find people on the internet. It feels a little too easy, even. But when you find, but finding someone who shares your tastes in real life, especially when you live in, uh,
I mean, I
you
don't think
know,
we don't live in like actual.
we don't live in a society.
I'm saying we live in decent places. Let's be honest. Uh, I mean, like decent enough so that we are not absolutely in the under no or anything like that. Okay, wait. Think I am done. Let me try this out. Okay, can you
Try what
see
out?
my stream? Okay, you're watching my stream, but yes, can you see the tweet now?
Oh, let's go.
Okay, yes. So, do you want to watch the tweet?
Yes.
Okay, fine. Okay.
Are we actually?
I mean, yeah, we can. You can hear it, right? Okay, yes.
Doro He Doro. That one's pretty good. Or Fooly Cooly is a good
See,
one.
I don't know none of the ones you guys just mentioned.
Let's see. I like.
Well, no sound, but it
you
doesn't
guys ever
matter
heard of
because they're
Sunny Boy?
flashing up the anime on the screen.
I have heard of it,
And
but I've never watched it.
Oh my god, it's real amazing. It is a philosophical masterpiece. Have you guys seen
yeah,
Saint Young Men?
it's basically these two people, of which
Really?
one is the
Oh, I've never
famous,
heard of that one.
are naming like
I don't know, the kings of niche animes.
Sunny Boy and what was it? Saint Onisan, which I guess are reasonably unwatched. Although Saint Onisan, I feel like the manga is reasonably. At least I see it, I see it in book. I realize I was going to say I see it in bookstores, and that's not the case for everyone.
No, I think I like it depends on perception, I believe.
No, I'm just saying, like Saint Onisan, I don't think a lot of people know it has an anime.
Really? Okay, I thought.
Yeah, yeah, I feel like it's better known as a manga. But
Oh
yeah,
yeah,
for some
so
reason I thought the clip. Yeah, the guy talking about Sunny Boy is the fake. Yes, that's that's the funny part. But
Yes.
Funny Boy. Okay, but
he is the boy who is okay, nothing.
no. So
Sure. Yes. Okay. No, but that's the clip. I mean, that's what prompted all this. I guess you want to say, right?
right. Yeah, it was the starting point of it was the springboard, so to speak, for whatever we've been developing. Like it got us to discuss things we'd already kind of, discussed and known and experienced.
Oh, yes.
So yeah,
I mean, so yeah, yes. I mean, it brought the conversation out on Twitter, and yes,
and yeah,
the
takes
place,
started flowing in.
the place with the sanest takes, not a man. Yes.
Yes, the marketplace of ideas over on X, the everything app. But
Grok, is this real? Is Sunny Boy real? Okay, yeah.
yeah, Saint Onisan is super famous. Not particular. I feel like most people know the manga because that's. Yeah, no, I don't think people know Arakawa Under the Bridge either. Yeah, see, we're huffing copium,
We are huffing
copious
the
amounts of
elitist
copium.
Yes.
Yeah, because again, we're super bubbled. That's the case with us. That's something I realized. Yeah, you'd be like pretty surprised to know like the kind of and the certain like what titles don't get recognized in a general setting, and it's because we don't actually interact with the average anime fan.
Ouch. I mean, but true. Ouch, but true. Okay.
Yeah, no, we don't. We interact with like a really small subset of that.
Fair.
Because if you were to like pull up 100, I'm not gonna say
100 girlfriends. 100 girlfriends. Kano.
No.
Okay, sorry.
No.
I got excited for a second. I blame
So,
you.
if you if you were to like pull up a random sampling of 100, Arakawa Under the Bridge was popular in my school. It might be a school issue.
School issue.
Like,
Hello?
no, school
issue.
when your skill issue is educational.
Okay.
Okay. Wake up, babe. New term for illiteracy just dropped. No, that's not what I was saying, though. But like,
Yes.
it's basically it's
Oh, you
it's
went
definitely
to
a bubble.
you went to public school issue. Is that what you're trying to say? Okay. Yes. Okay.
So yeah, so here's the thing. I mean, even like if you step like outside of anime, for instance, manga. I remember something like a majority of all manga sales are carried by a small core of like 10-ish manga. Like
10-ish manga.
Like almost like one in every two volumes sold is
Yes.
going to be a volume of Demon Slayer, JJK, Spy Family, Chainsaw Man, Naruto, Bleach, One Piece, Toilet
Fair.
Bound, Hanako-kun, Junji Ito.
You're going a little off the rails.
Okay,
Jigako
fine,
Shonen,
fine.
Hanako-kun is not getting bought. I'm sorry. Ito Junji, I
Oh wait,
understand.
no, you don't. No, wait, you don't. Hanako-kun is a top 10 seller for the US.
I'm
Manga.
sorry. I forgot you're American. I apologize. Okay,
Yes.
continue. Yes.
You forgot I'm American?
Yes.
Yeah, so over here, like stateside, Hanako-kun is kind of a top seller. Junji Ito, Berserk, all of those like make it to the top 10. So NPD Bookscan releases data, and it's like there's two separate lists for like graphic novels for kids and graphic novels for adults. And so the adult list is almost always like all 10 of them are usually manga. That's the way it goes these days. And so okay, back to this. I like so
I'm not
that's
saying
my
a word until you return. Okay.
don't say a word. Okay, see, I have to have a work accent. Okay, like that's what I've termed it at this point. Because if I don't do this, clients don't understand what I'm saying when I'm
Say
on
that
the
again.
job.
Say that again. It's
If
fine.
I don't do this, then
I think
clients don't understand.
if you speak slow enough, everyone will understand you, no matter what kind of horrible accent you have.
No, that's not true. I speak very slowly, and I still get hit with the. I'm sorry, come again. I didn't quite catch that, and it.
Fair.
But
Okay.
yes.
Job stuff being job stuff. Yes.
Okay, yes. But anyway, where we're going with this is, wow, it's been half an hour and we said nothing of note. Okay.
I told you. I told you. This is I quote. This is what's going to happen. During the first 30 minutes of the stream, we are going to yap and nothing of value will be said. The stream will be 3.5 hours long with 20 minutes of actual content in it.
So.
Okay. Please continue.
But yeah, I mean. All that said, like I said, it's a small core of really popular titles that carry the bulk of all viewing, the bulk of all reading, and yeah, it's something. You see stats like this that surprise you all the time. I remember again for the formerly California, now Texas-based anime streaming companies statistics. So, according to them, the territory in which, like again, about talking about assumptions that we make based on our bubble, the territory that watches the most, like Japanese language with English with like local subtitles, like the most subtitled anime, the most subbed anime. I don't know why I'm finding like other
Words
more
are
respectable ways of saying sub.
subbed anime,
Yeah,
subtitled
okay.
anime that is localized. Okay, continue.
A funny choice of accent, by the way, because the answer was UK and Ireland.
Really? I thought it was France.
Yeah.
Oh,
No,
yeah,
it
English
was.
sub. Okay.
According to this specific streaming service.
I would assume it's actually surprisingly. I mean, maybe it's because the stats generally gets obscured by Western stats, but I would assume that it's China, the biggest market for non-Japanese dubbed anime, or not dubbed. Sorry, non-Japanese localized anime. See, okay,
Yeah,
Indian English is an offshoot of British. Where our pronunciations are British derived. So yes, it's much easier for me to do a British accent than an American one because I don't know. My brain just breaks every time someone talks to me in an American accent, which is why I did not respond to Moshe. British, yes. Continue.
What is blood waffle in about? Okay. But back to the point. Yeah. So, I believe, yeah. So the UK was the more. The UK had the most subbed anime viewers on this platform, and that percentage was something like 46, which means there is no territory in the world for that streaming service in which more than 50% of people watch anime subtitled. So like 50% of people watch anime dubbed in another language, typically English.
Oh yes, as you can tell, we are professional podcast hosts, and we have not told you what the content's going to be about. But
So
mainly,
yes,
we'll be yapping about what the state of the fandom is right now, what we see, and specifically, obviously, we'll touch upon what streaming has done to the medium, but mainly we'll be focusing on let's use the politically correct term. Neophytes have.
yeah. So
Permeated, yes.
it's kind of like you know types of fans, kind of like what ends up becoming a starter anime and why, and kind of like why. I guess a general phenomenon of incuriosity, I would say, but and sort of the kinds of anime that the kinds of audiences gravitate towards. Yeah. So again, like I said, there's a lens through which we can discuss specific titles. Some of you may be surprised or unsurprised by the three titles we're gonna focus on for this episode.
Okay.
3 or 4.
Yes.
But yes, and so yeah, coming back to this, the disconnect, so to speak, and I believe we've spoken about this in context
Maybe
of not just IRL events, but also like how those events morphed over time, like your own descriptions of Ditto, your own descriptions of Ba- Bangalore Comic Con, how it used to
yes,
be,
yes, I
and
agree.
how it
Yeah.
is now. I remember when you were telling me. I mean, see, I cannot relate to
I mean,
most of
yes,
this
it
because
is.
I've not been around in the fandom for a long
Yes,
time.
tourist,
I famously
tourist,
started watching anime in 2016 with Serial Experiments Lane.
tourist,
So,
anime tourist,
were,
Mushi.
were, were, Nani, did you just call me?
You baka.
I will have you know that I'm.
Yes. Okay. Yes, I mean, yeah.
Yeah, you were talking about like how you used to see like Spice and Wolf and whatnot um, at these events, and
Yes,
now
I mean,
you.
and here's the thing: Spice and Wolf wasn't like too far back either. I gave Spice and Wolf as an example because it was a recent example. I think that was the year 2022, I believe. Yeah, that was when you were still in Bangalore that time, I believe. Yes, yes, or 2022 or 2021, one of the years. Yes, and Spice and Wolf at that time was a minority. I mean, it had already been overtaken with the
It was
anime
past its prime.
that has permeated the mainstream. Let's call it that. But the main thing I wanted to say is what Comic Con was when I first started attending it. My first ever Comic Con was 2014, I think, and then I've been attending most of the years past then. I don't think I missed a year, except I think 1 or 2 years in like 2020s. Oh yes, yes. Okay, so I clearly remember seeing like at the time. Again, Comic Con was mainly dominated by comic fans. Marvel MC
Right.
was just coming up at that
It
time.
used to be true to its name.
Yes, it used to be true to
It
its
is now an anime convention, but
yes.
that's a different thing.
Yes. So it used to be dominated by comic fans, of course. MC was coming up at that time, so it had permeated the mainstream. So there was a lot of attendees who were coming for comic related stuff, and every anime fan you met there, it felt like a special meeting because you're like, oh, you like the same things I do. And then there were 1 or 2 stores there selling figures from Japan. I still remember that is like one of the earlier Comic Cons, 2015, 2016 is where I met the people behind Anime Pop Mall. And that's when I started my figure collecting expedition. Will never forget what that did to my wallet. But yes.
I may or may not have contributions to your expedition when we next meet.
Yes. Nevi has mentioned it as well. Yes, Anime Pop Mall. Yes, so there were a minority of stores that were selling.
Wow, you ignored me saying I have a gift for you.
Oh, when you show up in India, then we'll talk. Okay. Yes.
When you show up, it's on site. Why did bro phrase it like that? Okay.
Show up behind my house.
Come Malleshwaram.
I'll pop you, bro. I'll pop you. Come. Yes.
What bro showing too much?
Yes. Yeah, I mean, yes. Let me finish my yap about Comic Con. Yes.
Okay. Yes. Go ahead.
Yeah. So again, Anime Pop Mall, minority of stores selling Japanese merchandise of anime. I remember one of the conversations I had. I think this is 2015 because I remember Shokugeki no Soma had just aired, and I was like, "Oh, will you get Food Wars merchandise?" And
that's
he said,
not a name I've heard in some time.
Yes, I know. And then he's like, "Yes, we are planning to get it soon." I don't know what happened with it. I just remember I had this conversation like when I was a 15-year-old. Okay, and. Yes, and then I still remember there were like niche anime cosplays. I remember seeing a Kuroneko cosplay from Gate, which was interesting. No, no, it was Rory Mercury. Why I say Kuroneko? Yeah, Rory Mercury. I don't know why I said
Kuroneko from Ore.
Yeah, yes, not Ore. Rory Mercury from Gate. My bad. I came straight out of my mouth. Yes, yes, Rory Mercury from Gate, and stuff like this is what you used to see, and then. In later years, it has become an anime convention. Basically, comics have taken a nosedive in popularity at Comic Con. Very funny, very hilarious. We laugh every single time we think about it. It has its positives as well. I recently attended Mumbai Comic Con. Unfortunately, that is where
Mumbai gets the better one because according to Japanese companies, India is a country composed of one city.
No, it's just like Japan. It has two major cities, Tokyo and Osaka, just like Delhi and Mumbai.
Yeah, just Delhi and Mumbai. Yes.
Yes. I understand. People are. Yes. Okay. Yes. What was I yapping about? What was
you're yapping about Rory Mercury.
Yes, Rory Mercury. Yes.
It's an interesting choice of name. Is all. But yeah.
Wait, is it? Okay, nothing. I'm not gonna say anything.
Nothing. We're not gonna say anything. But yes.
Not really. Yes, but that's what I felt like the industry becoming. Again, what I was saying was Mumbai Comic Con. Yes, at Mumbai Comic Con there were. I'm not going to say much about the audience at Mumbai Comic Con. Less said about the audience, the better. But the events themselves, or not even events, the booths themselves, the companies that were there, they were basically they saw India as a potential market. And we're trying to expand, which is something that would have never happened back in 2014 and 15. Which I mean, that's where I see the positive side of, let's say, the commercialization and the popularity of anime increasing in the country. Yes, okay. I think that's my yap done.
But I guess okay, yeah. So to build off of that, I guess that's kind of the distinction. It's become more commercialized, but. Would you say it's become, I suppose it's become more popular in the sense of being visible too, but would you say it's become more popular in the sense of like investment and attachment, so to speak?
It's not even the truth of the matter. It's purely the visibility of it. If people, it is more visible than it was back in 2010s. Which is why that people will see it as more of a market than it was in the 2010s.
Yeah. So, but yeah, on a personal investment front, I don't know if it's more. Yes, investment money, not investment humans. Sadly, that's honestly the best way I describe it. And I guess that's really the point where we got to talk about sort of like, there has been that, like, I mean, again, I can only really speak for for India, for my specific corner of India. I believe that it's the same case for you too.
Yes,
But
yes, it is. It is my corner. I can tell
yeah,
you I am woefully uninformed of what it's like up north. I am just aware of what it's like down south.
yes, Seattle slightly north of, and slightly further north of Yelahanka.
Slightly, just north of Yelahanka.
Just north of Yelahanka.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. But yeah, so there used to be I guess, yeah, there's more availability and all that now, but there used to be a time when everyone was, and I guess I keep harping on this kind of, and people who speak to me often are probably tired of me saying this. But there used to be a time when,
Back in the day.
everyone, all anime fans were anime fans, and what I mean by that is they would watch anything as long as it was anime, as in, well, not anything, but anything would be. They wouldn't like it. Close to anything.
Yeah.
They wouldn't like
Yeah.
just about anything. They wouldn't even like everything. In fact, I would say there was very little they liked. They were pretty miserable, quite a few of these people. But
What the way that Ajit is framing that question is like some deep secret. What was back watching in 2000?
What back was watching in 2000? Like I know what you did last summer. I know what you watched in 2000.
Yes, yes.
But yes, what even came out in 2009? Madoka? No, Madoka was like
No.
I think.
There is you've seen the clip, right? You've seen the BSC YouTube stream of the Hare Hare Yokai.
Oh, I'm a fraud. K1 was from 2009. Yeah. I don't know why I thought it was from 2010, but yeah.
No. I mean, yes, K1 was from 2009, but early BSC, early 2010 BSC. I mean, I wasn't part of it. I joined BSC in 2019, which is 6 years. Okay, sorry, nothing. Time is an illusion.
6 years.
Okay, time is an illusion. But yes, early 2010 BSC was Hare Hare Yokai, flash mobs on the streets. It feels like a nostalgic time that it was not real. But yes.
But yes, so where I'm going with this was because, and well, I guess again, yeah, for any non Indian viewers here, although this is probably an experience many of you can relate to, just at a different time period and with a different mode of delivery, access to anime was very limited. There was one TV channel dedicated to anime on which the bulk of people watched their anime. Keep in mind, this was before internet connections were, like household internet connections were uniformly good enough to
stream. Yes, it was mainly
stream or watch through
it was
various
Animax.
means. But yeah, for the most part, it was this channel called Animax, which I believe was is to this day owned by Sony.
Yes, which is also the reason it came out. It was basically the same way the
Toonami. Yes, the Toonami block on third.
Yes,
I agree.
Toonami as well. I mean, yes.
The Toonami block.
No. Okay, yes. I'm sorry. This is first as your generation, then it comes to mine. I'm sorry. Please go ahead, Unk. Sorry, Aunt. Go ahead.
Wait.
Sorry. Yes. What?
No. Go ahead.
Yes.
Oh yeah, no. Oh, you want me to? Okay, fine. Yes.
No. What I want, and the small thing I wanted to say is that that's part of the reason why it even came out. Animax. It's because it was basically they had the license from Southeast Asia. Animax was an anime channel mainly meant for Southeast Asia, and so basically, our great lords over in the land of the rising sun decided that India was part of Southeast Asia, so the license was active for that. So they decided to, and at that time, they're like, why not? I mean, it didn't see many higher viewership numbers or anything like that, but It existed.
The funny,
It was real.
it existed. It was a channel that existed. It did pull in enough viewers to even get advertising revenue because, uh, yeah, ads were.
No, ads were the same. They were advertising the other shows airing. That's what the ads were.
Yeah, that's the point. Like actual ads were few and far between, like from third-party sources, with the kind of ads that bring you money. But the ads were for AXN. Yeah, AXN, another channel which screen anime. But yeah, back to the point. Yeah, and also the interesting thing about Animax is that when they stepped into the market, they initially I believe their focus was on locally dubbed shows, as in local languages, and then uh,
Was it? I don't
English,
remember.
and then at some point they I think Haruhi was the first one they screened in Japanese with subtitles,
Yeah,
and then
I am
after
not aware
that
of this.
that became the folk. Yeah, I think I remember reading this that Haruhi was kind of the tipping point, and then after that they largely screened you know they screened a significant amount of subtitle Japanese audio anime. And yeah, and so like where we're going with this is sort of availability was limited, and also you were at the mercy of whatever was coming on at the time at which you happened to turn the TV on. If you were say
Good
like
times of
a
TV.
school-going kid, you didn't have a lot of control over what time that was either. And so,
I have something to say about this, but continue.
something to say about what?
I had a really fancy setup box when I was younger, and this is like 2010s, early 2010s. The Tata Sky Play HD Plus or whatever, and that had the greatest feature ever known, recording. So
Yeah.
I still remember I had the disappearance of Haruhi Suzumiya, which I had on Netflix, recorded on the box, and used to rewatch it every now and then. But yes, okay, continue.
So, but yes, like I said, going back to what I was saying, I'm losing my talking points with every second. So, availability was limited, right? And you didn't have a lot of control over what you watched, and so it led to a lot of random things being watched. And the meta, so to speak, for the fandom at the time was kind of, looking back, it was kind of wild. Like there are certain anime that would have been considered like pretty standard, pretty common viewing among the Indian fandom of the time that I don't think are like commonly viewed anywhere.
Sure.
Or like
Oh,
looking back, I don't think a lot of people now remember many of those
yeah. If you
shows.
talk to
Like who right now has watched Shakugan no Shana in a hot minute?
Yeah. No, I mean
That was
if you
a
talk
show
to
that aired and was definitely watched.
yes. No, if you talk to people that
Flames
were
of
yes.
Kaze no Stigma.
Yes. Law of Ueki. Yes, I know. If you talk to
Law
people,
of Ueki.
yes. If you talk to people that were
Witch Hunter Robin.
please shut up.
Big Wind Up. Yakitate Japan.
Okay, you're saying names that are pulling all the strings right now.
Yeah, Maid-sama being a thing that 1 in 3 people had watched.
Wait. Please rephrase that. Maid-sama being a thing that 1 in 3 anime fans had watched.
No, other people aren't people.
Okay. That's one of the takes. Someone timestamp that and clip that. Thank you.
It's no.
Okay.
Jordan dayo, Jordan.
The point of the clip is you can't take it back. It's a moment in time.
Yes, it is. I have committed to saying this, but yeah. So it was definitely, and it was kind of a Wild West period because there wasn't a lot of network oversight in terms of censorship.
Yes.
Uh,
Yes, that's true.
they assumed the regular TV regulators, I guess, assumed in India that it's animated, so it's for children, so like anything is fine. And so what you ended up with was things like Welcome to the NHK and Akira being aired in daytime TV slots.
For kids. Don't
And
forget.
for kids, yes.
It
Close
was. It
friend of
was.
mine watched Akira as a very young kid and was traumatized by
Yeah.
it. By let's just say Tetsuo's little Maho Shoujo transformation scene.
Maho Shoujo
Uh,
Narimasu. Okay.
yes.
Yes.
Okay. But
Yeah, it was in the kids section of the guides for the satellite boxes at the time. Sergeant Carrero, yes.
So then
Kazeno Stigma. I remember Kazeno Stigma was massive back in the day. Okay, we are
so
basically
back to the actual
yes,
yes, we're doing nothing of note right now. Like we're
we are
not
having
even
our
yapping, we're waffling. We're having our waffle and eating it too.
we are nostalgia waffling. Okay.
We're nostalgic. Okay, but the point I'm trying to make here is what that did was foster a culture where you gave anything a chance as long as it was anime. You and I would argue that made you more appreciative of the medium than specific works because I'm getting to a lot of people. It was pretty eye-opening. It was like you know at least the people who grew up on fairly safe children's cartoon fare. I mean, yeah, we did have some other kinds of cartoons there. We did have Avatar: The Last Airbender never aired in its entirety, but it did air. We had Samurai Jack, which was my personal favorite at the time. Uh, we did have some things that were a little more, ambitious in terms of what they tried to do, but for the most part,
I think that's animation as a
the
whole back in the day because I think it mainly comes with treating your audience like they have a brain. The example, I mean, if
they
you
have a brain.
yes, a functioning brain with two brain cells, but like the example that I give is what Ben 10 was and what it became. If you have seen the Ben 10 remake, don't see it. But if you have seen it, I am sorry. That is all. Because I mean, Ben 10 was pretty formative for me as when I was growing up.
Right.
And I'm assuming it was the same for a lot of kids, both across worldwide. Because I mean, it was pretty cool. I mean, it still is pretty cool. I would say.
Ben 10 is shonen anime for American kids.
Yes.
More or less.
Yeah, I mean, again, it treated you like you had a brain. Like
yes.
that's.
I mean, yeah, no, it was. I mean, quite importantly, it had overarching storylines, which
yes,
you may think is like a pretty normal and standard thing, but it's kind of not standard for kids animation, which are mostly like episodic long runners that are meant to fill one or more week slots every week, week in, week out, every day, even sometimes. But yeah.
Yes.
And so yeah, it's the old school version of all those YouTube kids content mills.
Yes, that's what modern. Yes, Elsa and Spider-Man, the #1 romance.
My favorite ship, Heru Spider. But yes, so you come to you. So years later, obviously, like availability got a lot better. I would say availability is actually like pretty good in India for given relative to the amount of whining we do about availability. I think India's.
When have we whined about availability? Let's be honest.
Indians whine about availability all the time.
Okay, Indians whine about everything. There. Okay, we'll get to this.
I know. Yes, we'll get to this. But yes, so relative to that, I think availability is quite good right now. In India, I mean internationally, of course, as well in quite a few places, but even in a place.
Yeah, I agree. I think if you take a look at what we can watch And I know what do you say, regional pricing is a thing, but the price that we are paying to watch what we are able to watch is kind of insane. So yes.
Forget pricing. Just take free channels, Muse and anyone. Okay, Tubi I guess is free, but just on those you can watch a good chunk of all seasonals, and a good smattering of both mainstream and niche anime.
Yes, that's true.
Right, like and so.
Oh, India
However,
wants anime. India wants anime. I remember that. Yes.
India wants anime until the anime actually arrives, at which point they're like, give us the Black Clover movie. I will never forget that interaction. Okay, so I'm bitter about it. But
good times.
Yeah, so yeah, good times. So but yeah, so availability is higher than it has ever been. But somehow, like watching diversity is at its all-time lowest, in a sense.
Yes.
And
we
I think
find
people not only are
one hour into the stream, we get to the topic of the stream.
Yes, 1 hour into the stream, we get to we get to part of the topic. Okay, we're not even there yet. Like we have to. So so where this even came back up, and sort of we were at some point I thought like maybe we should hop on a new topic for our opening stream, because this one's kind of stale. It's staler than I don't want to think about my fridge right now, but it's stale. It's quite stale. Let's just say.
Yeah, it's staler than the bread you have in your fridge. I see.
No, that bread I had to throw out, unfortunately. But stale is fine, but I draw the line at fungus. But yeah, so wow, I'm saying words. Yes, words and sentences. Let me compose myself and think. Yes. So, but what shot it back into the this is still fresh in our heads, we can still talk about this, was again a little interaction I had recently with Ditto, where I was basically like, I'm starting to develop I don't know. It's kind of mean-spirited, I suppose.
You can say it. Look at what our stream title is. So, you can say it.
Yeah, I know what our stream title is. That's a meme, and this is a more honest emotion. But yeah, I mean, I don't mean it 100%. But then I texted something. I texted it to something along the lines of, I think I'm starting to develop a disgust for normies.
Oh no. Now we come to the real topic of the stream.
Okay, yes. And I don't mean that, like, I'm going to clarify what I mean, by the way. It's not that but it's also that I...
Can you save it? Can you save your public persona after this?
I cannot. I can no longer, but...
Yes, go ahead. I'm waiting. I'm just waiting. I have things to say about this as well, but I'll let you finish what you have to say. Then I will get to it.
Right. Yes, no, because I have to, and it's very important because I have to follow up with what I said after that, which is, my parents have should I even say? And this is about
you can go ahead with that example. Yes, I mean it's a pretty good example.
Yeah. So I said my parents legit have a better 3x3 than half of the anime club we are on. And it's not, and I mean, like, just to give you context, my parents 3x3 I mean, so I initially got my parents into anime, like, through a challenge of sorts, which is, well, the backstory to this is, I was early in my anime watching years.
The what story to this?
The backstory.
Okay.
Backstory. Okay. No. Stop. Okay. So, early on in my anime viewing years, when I was still watching stuff like Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood, which still kind of like decently enough.
No, it is a good show. It's fantastic.
It's a decent show. Yeah. I'm not as high on it as I used to be. I think it doesn't inspire like overly strong emotions in me.
Fair.
But
I
yeah,
agree.
I still remember it. It was probably my longest binge sesh, and because I was watching I watched overnight on my phone on Netflix. Yes, and my grandmother stopped me at 4 a.m. or something, saying, "Go to bed."
I mean, I had moments like this as well because was this in
So,
ninth grade or so. I still remember like my uncle got a Windows tablet from work for whatever reason, and he already had a
a
laptop.
what?
I
A
don't.
Windows?
Yeah, it was a Windows tablet. It was a tablet that had Windows on it, and so he got it from work for like work reasons, and then I don't know. He worked in Microsoft at the time, so
Ah,
like he already had a laptop, so he's like, yeah, you can use it. So I'm like, I stole it, and then I still remember I binged Air Gear in a single night. I binged Angel Beats in a single night. The good times. But yeah,
Air Gear.
Air Gear, yes, Air Gear, fantastic show, good show.
One might say it is. One might say it is great.
Yes, you could describe it as no. Oh, you could say it was great.
Oh, you could say, oh, that was great.
Oh wait, we have an important question. We have an important question on chat. Please answer.
What's a Mushiraya? Oh, that's me. That's my Twitter handle.
That's your ex username you made. Grok, what
My
does it
ex
mean?
is-
What Grok? What's a Mushiraya?
Gro-
Grok. What tell me what a Mushiraya is?
Baby grow. Okay.
Sorry,
Baby grow.
sorry.
Baby grow. Is this real?
Baby Grok, are you risen
But-
of Mushiraya?
Baby grow.
Okay,
Versus 100 wrestlers. Okay. Anyway.
okay. This 25% of the
brains,
stream.
brains broken. Yesterday, like I nearly crashed the car because I saw a construction vehicle with RYATT React construction on it. And I had to look at it. What construction? Okay. Anyway, so what did I say again? Can you remind me what I was talking about?
Sorry, Baby Grok is stuck in my.
Baby Croc is in my head, unfortunately. But who is rising up Mushiraya? That would be you.
Baby
Literally,
Grok.
that would be you.
Baby Grok. Baby Grok is rising up. Okay, wait. Before that, it was going back to the topic. Were you talking about FMAB and how it does not inspire strong feeling?
Yes. So I was watching FMAB. I had come home for the holidays, and I was watching FMAB at the time on my phone.
Yes.
Okay, and then my parents sneak up behind me while I'm watching it, and they ask, "What are you watching?" And me, of course, I mean, at the time, I was kind of the stereotypical elitist weeb who only watched peak fiction, TM, so on and so forth. Because I was
You didn't watch
because I was just
like,
starting out.
You didn't watch girl cranes like K-On? Is that what you're trying to say?
I mean, that's a topic for another day of how I went from being K-On and Eurocamper girl cringe to K-On and Eurocamper girl based.
Oh, by the way, you're getting exposed on chat, Mushi. Just saying.
Excuse me? No, that's not true.
Okay.
Literally no. But okay. False accusation. Why German? No, that's your indication that it's wrong. The other things are whatever, but like never.
Oh, you're not denying
Never.
the other parts. Okay.
No, I didn't say anything. But no, that's not true. No, it's not. Okay. So, so back to the topic at hand. So they asked me, what are you watching? And me, of course, being who I was at the time, I said, I'm watching Hagane no Renkin Jutsushi. Yes.
Okay, I'm sorry.
My mind. What? This is not even what have I become. This is the opposite. This is what did I used to be.
Okay, continue. Okay, I'm gonna continue laughing for a while. Yes.
Okay, yeah, no. This is just gonna be this for the whole stream. We apologize. We did warn a lot of you. Yes, it went from 13 watching to 9 watching. And
fine.
so yes, they asked me what, and I told them, and then I think it was my mother who said something along the lines of, uh, "You're 20-something years of age. Aren't you ashamed to be watching these things?"
Oh,
And I was like,
that's a very
"Ooh,
common
Nani,
sentiment to
Nani, the heck did you just say about my Sugoi anime?"
oh,
I cannot speak like this. It causes me physical pain. Okay, so uh, so back to that. So long story short, I had an exchange with them where I was trying to convince them that no, this was in fact a serious medium for serious, analytical, intellectual, philosophical people, so on and so forth. Buzzword maxing.
yeah.
And they didn't believe me. And then finally, it ended in me like. And keep in mind, they've watched animated stuff with me before. They with me and my sister. They enjoy it. They enjoy watching The Jungle Book and other like classic Disney. Modern Disney, not as much, but yeah. Uh, but of course, in their head, it's still like for kids, and there's a rare few um, that kind of
That have adult appeal.
have more of a crossover appeal. But yes, long story short, the conversation, that particular day, back and forth between me and my parents ended in a challenge where I said, I challenge you. I am going to show you one anime film, okay, of my choosing. You will watch it with me, and if you didn't like it, I am never going to ask you to watch anime again. I will not watch it in front of you. I will not watch it when I am visiting home. Yeah, that was literally the terms of the challenge. I will never ask you to watch again if you agree to watch just this once.
Okay.
Okay? And they agreed. And the anime I made them watch was Wolf Children, and
Yes.
the rest is history. They
Now
really
they
liked it.
now they are
They
giga
really liked
weebs.
it.
Giga weebs who love
And
Japan.
so coming back to my original, and they have watched quite a few anime since then. So coming back to my original assertion of my parents have a better 3x3 than half of
Your
all anime fans I meet.
Your Kazoku has a better 3x3.
So this, but yes, the 3x3 in question, my parents, which is I think the 9 representative works that they like best. It is Rosa Versailles, which is their favorite. Shinsekai Yori, Death Parade, Millennium Actress, Mushishi.
They read the Shinsekai Yuri manga.
No, shut up! That does not exist.
Every single time.
It's a novel and an anime. No. It's a novel or an anime, nothing else. So yeah, Rosa Versailles, Shinsekai Yori, Death Parade, Millennium Actress, Mushishi, Showa Genroku Rakugo Shinju, Yuru Camp, which is only my mother. My dad has not watched it. Ping Pong, which is only my dad. My mom has not watched it. And Wolf Children, which of course was the anime that set all of this into motion. So I realized after interacting with a lot of people how uncommon this is.
Yes.
Most people's parents do not
Yes.
watch.
I should give you a counterpoint right here. I gave up in trying to make my parents watch anime, mainly because I don't think they can watch anything animated without taking it seriously. The biases are too inbuilt in their minds. My dad fell asleep watching Spider-Man into the Across the Spider-Verse, and what's the other example? Yes, I made my mom watch My Happy Marriage, which she kind of liked. But at the same time, I saw both of them binge watching One Piece, the live action. Then I decided, yeah, it's not worth it anymore. Okay.
My Happy Marriage base.
Yes.
But
both parents of Mushis have watched Millennium Actress, I believe.
Yeah, both parents have watched Millennium Actress. They really liked it. They really liked the scene transitions, especially. So they like the ending quite a bit.
Yes. Hey, no spoilies. No spoil by. No spoil by.
No spoilies. I will shut up. No, there are no spoilies here. Yes. No. Okay. So Yeah, so back to that. So I believe the conversation I was having with Ditto, it kind of developed into at this point, I would rather uh, like I would rather meet someone who has never watched anime but is willing to than someone who has watched anime,
Yes,
if that makes sense.
that is the crux of the argument.
The crux of the argument is I firmly believe at this point now, having interacted with a whole lot of people inside and outside the fandom, that uh, I don't want to keep saying normies. It just feels mean. It feels mean spirited. It's not who I am. It's not my public image and persona.
Established fans
I
of
have
the
a
medium.
wholesome public persona to cultivate. Okay, I'm a niche internet micro celebrity.
Oh, no. That reminds me,
But-
actually, I wanted to get to this point as well when we were discussing it. I mean, yeah, we had planned to discuss this as well, which was the culture of shame and how it is much more prevalent about, funny enough, much more prevalent about people that watch, let's say, a surface level of anime than, let's say, someone who's never watched anime before. What are your thoughts on this statement?
Sorry, I blanked out because something appeared outside the window. Can you say that again?
Yes,
So-
we're going to get to it. We're going to get into it more, of course, later in the stream.
True.
But
I say true because I don't know what it is. But
yes,
yes,
okay,
tell me.
yes. What I want to talk about is the culture of shame around certain types of shows. I think that exists for that is more prevalent for people that have just gotten into the medium or like have a surface level watch history with the medium than someone who's never watched any anime.
Really?
I
I
believe
mean,
so.
yeah. I mean, you have to be somewhat invested to develop that culture of shame. But I do think a lot of people who are just dipping their toes into the medium are pretty
Okay,
sincere about it.
like again, this is.
I
Let's say
think the culture
a
of shame
straw man.
starts to peak at the midway point.
Let me construct a straw man for this. For an example for this at least.
Unfortunately for you, I have drawn myself as the Giga Chad and you as the Soich.
Unfortunately for you,
Straw man.
I have
I have
wrote a
strawmanned
book.
you as the Soich.
Unfortunately for you, I wrote a book where I am the Giga Chad and you burn in hell. I am
Dante
Dante.
Alighieri.
I am Dante Alighieri for real. I mean, no, the example, the strawman that I want to construct and the example that I wanted to give are mainly, there are certain, I mean, not certain types of people. The majority of the people that I speak to, or anime fans that I speak to, because of the types of shows I watch a lot of idol anime. Every time they hear the word idol anime, that's not my thing. I don't watch idol anime, and instantly saying that. And whenever I talk to not quote unquote, literally people that have not watched anime, they do not have anything to say. For them, it's all the same.
Because they have no background.
Yes.
So that's actually an interesting point. I honestly wonder if it is, it's literally the background knowledge. Yeah, so people who are into anime, even if they're just getting into anime and they've only watched like a small few like mainstream shows, JJK, Spy Fam type of things, they have, even though they haven't sampled other genres, they already have acquired kind of like through, I guess, memetic spread through, well, literally memes, but also through interacting with the fandom and
Yes, I mean,
so on and so forth. They have acquired a background knowledge of, not a complete one, obviously, since like based on your idols example, which I have observed in real life, and I've observed a different thing, which I'll bring up later. Although I guess that's a different phenomenon. But yeah, they already know what it is, kind of.
yes.
In
They-
that,
they
like,
have
they
a-
know what
they have a
idols
preconce-
are. They
yeah.
know what isekai is. They know.
They have preconceived notions of.
Well, they know what magical girls are.
Mahou
They have
Shoujo.
preconceived notions, but they have some. But those preconceived notions are partially. They're like morphed versions of. Of like what those things actually are.
That's what
it
most
does
things
have
is, right?
some rooting.
No, that's where
Most things-
that's where most negative stereotypes also come from. It's not like it's completely based on nothing, but
It's just like a really morphed version of something,
yes.
and not so much a something as the perception of said something.
Another
So yes, so they
example.
already have a backing. They have enough cultural immersion to know what idols and isekai and other things are. Uh, but and which is why their rejection of it is stronger. So they've not dipped their toes into it, but they know what it is, and that results in this kind of, rejection. But someone who knows nothing about Japanese culture at all, to whom I would have to explain what idols are, likely approaches this with like completely. I mean, yes, they would no doubt have their own like pre-existing tastes in other media that would inform this. Like, uh, I guess someone who's grown up on Punisher and Hellraiser comics may not be super receptive to watching an idol show, but they're even if they do reject it, their rejection of it is not rooted in the same kind of culture of shame or like rejection of cringe anime of
Yeah,
I don't want to say it of something guttery media.
No.
Fill in the blanks, guttery as media. But
So actually, we can like delve into that incident as well. I mean, that I think there's a lot to talk about Monogatari as well, with how it's generally
right.
viewed by the fandom. People that have watched it, people that have not watched it as well. I think it's an interesting case study of a show. But the
No,
other,
I think there's even further separation you could do there. Like people who haven't watched it, people who have watched it, and people who have watched it but had it fly over their heads. Or rather, who kind of LARP about aspects of it that aren't really core to it.
yes,
Or,
I agree.
yes.
I have a lot of. I mean, Monogatari is one of my favorite shows. I have a lot to say about it, of course. I can yap
I
about
wonder if
it.
it's like worth a whole other episode, but
It
yeah.
is. I think I can yap about it for us. It's fine. But
No, it's not fine. Think of the children. No.
the memes have overtaken.
Double-edged sword.
Okay,
But,
the example I wanted to give, versus of
yes.
anime now versus anime then quotation marks. Love Live. Yes, Love Live was I wouldn't say popular, but everyone knew what it was in the 2010s. Mainly because of memes at the time, which was like Nico Nico Ni, the Umi Sanada reaction image, Snow Halation, Silvagana Snow Halation. Yeah. Yes. Ice Cream.
Ajit has said the forbidden.
No, Ice Cream. That abomination. Okay, sorry. Okay. Here's the thing. First of all, I was there when it happened. Second of all, that abomination has nothing to do with the. I mean, is it similar to Nico Nico No? You would say, because I feel like Ice Cream has taken over in a way that is distinctly different than Nico Nico Ni. Nico Nico No,
It's more detached from the culture.
Yeah,
the way it's taken over, I would say, like it's. But also, like importantly, and there's an important question that needs to be addressed here.
Yeah.
Which is. Ruby-chan.
Shut up.
Nani, you guys.
I don't want to talk about it. It's fine. No,
the
that's
funny
the thing.
Is
Like,
I picked up a box of Pocky and it had.
I don't think it is a
it
spiritual.
had both Sutoroberi Fureba and Cookie and
I don't think it is the spiritual successor to Nico Nico Ni, because I did not see Nico Nico Ni permeate outside the anime circles as much as Ice Cream is.
And I would say it's not the spiritual successor to Nico Nico Ni, simply because this is my metric. Nico Nico Ni sparked a reasonable amount of interest in Love Live as a work, as a franchise, which the Ice Cream meme does not.
Yes, that to some extent.
The Ice Cream meme has created its whole independent universe revolving around the adventures of Cookie and the Kurimu girl.
Okay.
Thank you,
But
thank
the
you,
memes,
Cookie and the Kurimu
see,
girl for
yeah,
the ice cream for saving
the
my life.
memes of like stemming, not in ice cream, the memes stemming from ice cream are hilarious. They're like every time this thing, Okuma Wakana is on doing anything. It's like, oh my god, Cookie and Cream Girl from Love Live song Ice Cream is doing X. Yes.
Thank you, Cookie and the
No,
Kurimu
like
girl.
there was an
Yes.
edit on Twitter of what was it? Unit Question. They were performing. What is the song? It was Santa Claus Snow performing. I don't remember the song. Yes, it was Santa Claus Snow performing, and it was literally like strawberry flavor girl from hit meme ice cream.
From it to me,
And Akiyama Mizuki's voice actor from hit game Project Sakai are performing on stage. Oh yes, oh I died looking at that. Okay.
Yes, Akio Watanabe, famed character designer of Nurse Witch Komagi. I mean, Nurse Witch Komagi was fair, but I feel like the other things mentioned in that were like
Oh yes.
ultra random.
Okay,
Yeah, that's a whole other topic. That'll come up in the Dash Gatari media
episode.
episode.
The episode. Okay.
But yeah, so basically the premise we're arriving at here, at least that's what I mean, I don't want to believe it, but also what we're arriving at is the incuriosity displayed by um, uh, forget it. I'm not gonna attempt to be the incuriosity displayed by
Casual
by the 100
weaves.
normies
Prats has helped
yes,
us with a term that we could.
but casual weaves is significantly greater than that is exhibited by non-fans.
Yes. I mean, okay. Was there? I'm curious because even I'm not aware of this. Was there a triggering incident for this opinion to pop up?
I don't think I could describe any one like individual triggering incident, honestly. Like I think it was apologies. Pocky is being obtained. That's why you hear the rapper sound. But
Poppy on the street.
Hey, who's that? Is that a voice I recognize?
no, but okay.
Our first guest on the reviews.
Our first guest on the stream.
Starlight.
Let's go. Chat, is this real? Okay.
Okay.
But yes, now that Pocky has been obtained, I can talk. The I believe the triggering incident, like why I reached out to you to message about it was, someone showed up on the Anime Club group and introduced themselves, like with, they started off like, my favorite anime is, the favorite anime are Bleach, and we're like, okay. I forget what came after that, and it was still like something reasonably mainstream, and then it became Guilty Crown, and I'm like, okay, I've not heard this name in a bit.
I heard the name in the bit. I am more surprised that they actually. Shut up.
Cavalry of the Iron Fortress, and I'm like, I have not heard this name in a hot minute. And it went on, and as it turns out, like, what are you watching currently? And the answer was, I am currently watching Achi Kochi and Norin. And this is the point where I said, hold up.
Hello, base department.
Hello, base department. Norin in the year of our Lord 2025. So,
well, it's a interesting show.
yes.
Yes, continue.
So where I'm going with this is kind of, and then I went into a whole aside about how, and this person was from outside the city where our club is based. Yes, this is the world where everything is based. But our city is legit kind of overfed.
Yeah, Cabaneri is
in terms of
the creators
what
were
we
different.
get catered.
Okay, it's hard to say because it was made by Wit. The people, I mean, there's a question. The series was made by the creator of AOT for Cabaneri. It was made by Wit. I don't think any other involvement was done.
Yeah, no,
Other
it was a
than
WIT original.
Yeah.
I guess it shared some staff
yeah,
from
of course. I mean,
between WIT and AOT, but
WIT was a smaller
I don't
studio at the
think.
time. Yes. I mean, I don't. Yeah,
I
obviously.
think WIT has always been a small studio, right? Like I think they have like 30 something employees
Yes.
max,
I
like
mean,
full-time employees, and everyone else is freelance.
That's
So
every,
they
that's
hire
every studio.
them.
Let's be honest, except QAnon.
I mean, 30 is pretty small,
Yeah. Okay. Fair.
even by
Animation
freelancing standards. Like because like freelancers you hire on a contract basis, like the actual like animators and artists, but then like in-house production staff, production assistants, they tend to be in-house. I prefaced with in-house, which ruins the progression of
No.
my statement.
AOT was definitely not written by.
AOT is not written. I mean, no. Yeah,
Isayama.
Kabaneri was not.
Sorry,
made
Kabaneri
with,
is not by
Isayama.
Sorry.
Kabaneri is not an Isayama written thing. No, yeah.
It
Yeah,
obviously
just
draws
answer,
comparison
Chad.
because it was WIT's other show after AOT's massive popularity boost, which actually suddenly died after after a bit. I think. I mean, other than everyone is looking at WIT and waiting for AOT season 2 during the dark ages of no AOT season 2. I'm saying the dark ages. It was not that dark or anything like that.
It was a time of plenty.
But yeah, but if you
crops
talk
were watered,
if you talk to AOT
skin
fans,
was moisturized. I mean, I shouldn't be saying this. I did enjoy AOT, but I mean, I'm manga only. My experience is a bit different.
Yes, I mean AOT is nice. Yes, no, but yeah,
is
the dark ages. But I feel like people stopped seeing. I mean, okay, the words I would use is what I saw in that during those days was a strong association between AOT and WIT, much like what you would see with most Type Moon works and Ufotable now, or now-ish recently.
Oh no.
Which I don't see much happen nowadays with shows as a whole. Would you say that in any context? Do you think there is still a strong association between studio plus another creator's work?
I would say I would say no actually. Like I think
I think
it's kind of weird, right? Like I mean I think there are still studios that have kind of a culture around them.
I know what you're thinking.
Still,
I know what you're
Ufotable still to an extent, a certain, I guess Mappa.
Please do not say
Head
Mappa.
off.
Mappa
Okay.
are the.
Okay.
We'll take anything, guys. Despite
No,
anything
no,
that
actually,
is.
I mean, there's honestly worse in that regard. I think like Engi is genuinely the will take anything.
No, Engi's
from
like
Kadokawa-sama daily.
Engi's is we'll take anything that Mappa has not taken. Mappa is like we'll do anything as long as you pay us money, which I don't think KyoAni or Ufotable to some extent as well, but I don't think KyoAni would.
Yeah, I think
Yeah.
Ufotable KyoAni they do fewer projects per
Yeah.
year for sure. Shaft. But anyway, back
See,
to the.
when I watched, Prats is bringing up a point of the way that
We're
Jujutsu
going-
Kaisen, the way that Jujutsu Kaisen usurped every other show to become Mappa's poster child. See, when I was watching Mappa, they were the okay studio. Everything they put out was okay. Like I would watch it, but I'm like, oh, that's nice, and then forget about it 2 seconds later. My number one example for this was, I think they did Kids on the Slope, and they were doing this thing, Bahamut. Shingeki no Bahamut.
Bahamut I didn't watch. Kids on the Slope is actually my favorite Shinichiro Watanabe.
I agree to some extent. I don't want my Shinichiro Watanabe opinions to come out on this stream at least. Let's.
I mean, it's a toss-up between Kids on the Slope and Space Dandy for me. For very different
it's
reasons.
very
Kids on the
clearly
Slope for-
it's very clearly Space Dandy for me. Okay, that's not.
No, Space Dandy is a production marvel. I just mean like Kids on the Slope
Ajit.
was.
Oh, I'm becoming soft again. Oh no. Great word choice, by the way. Also, HKS, you became very soft again. No, it's because my
very soft.
it's
Very soft.
pianissimo equals very soft.
No.
Okay. But yes,
Okay, but-
it's because my condenser microphone is very distance sensitive, and if I move like 2 millimeters away from where I am, my voice drastically changes in volume. I will get a better microphone for the next stream. I have one in storage somewhere.
Same.
Okay.
Same, we're not. Yeah. weren't especially prepped for this. But yes, no, returning to the point we were trying to like we have been trying to make points and we have been failing. So, yeah, coming back to the incuriosity phenomenon, uh, I
Yes.
feel it manifests in different ways, and so I guess that was what was on everyone's minds, kind of like when like what everyone was talking about in the wake of the inciting tweet, the one that we built this episode around, so kind of. Uh, the premise was like this is why I don't talk about anime to people and at the time I was like this is super gatekeepy, but then I was kind of denying the reality of the situation, which is I feel similarly myself, which is that when someone says I'm an anime fan, with a bit of trepidation, I'm like, oh, okay, well, what's it gonna be?
I mean, I
You
again, I don't tell people I'm an
roll
anime
a
fan
roll a
either.
six-sided die and it'll be one of six.
Me
Like,
with my okay. This is me in like anime conventions or whatever in India and across across the
oh,
world.
very.
It's me in a full art idol T-shirt saying, "Guys, I don't like anime." Meanwhile, there is a full art of Mirakra Park sitting on my my chest. Fushijima
I don't
Megumi is
think I
on my chest. Okay.
Well,
Fujishima
I don't
Megumi.
think I ever
Yes.
do the I don't like anime thing. It's a little too hard for me, but
Yeah.
I allow myself to get disappointed each time. Let's just say.
Okay.
And
Fine.
actually, very good point in chat, which is actually part of what we're gonna address. Like the point being, Fujoshi are a great audience, by the way. Absolutely goated taste. That's very true. And I'm kind of gonna we're kind of gonna get into why, in a bit. But to return to this, to return to this point, and yeah, no, I don't know. Actually, I think now is as good a time to bring up that point as any. So the thing about Fujoshi is that in the words of uh,
I agree. But yeah.
in the words of fandom studies researcher and part-time mangaka Otsuka Eiji, who's the author of MPD Psycho and Kurosagi Corpse Delivery Service, uh, but uh, is primarily like an editor and also a professor of like fandom studies at a university. So Otsuka describes this a type of fan called the active fan.
Okay.
And the active fan is someone who active like as a term I suggest contributes back uh, to the world of the work itself. And now the world term comes from Otsuka wrote a seminal paper called World and Variation, in which he invokes the the theme like so there's a concept of world and variation in kabuki theater, uh,
Hmm.
or was it kabuki or was it mm, I'm getting my theaters wrong, but yeah, in today I think it was in kabuki, in so there's this concept of there is a base work, like say you're putting on a, and this is honestly something you can see in stage play in general. It's probably the best place to look at this. So there is a base work, like there is an original like form of something you're adapting, right? Like let's say Romeo and Juliet, right? It has a canonical like original,
Yes.
but each performance, so that is one segment of that is like just one line in like or like one point in an entire set in a world. That is one way in which so the in which Romeo and Juliet can be done, the original way. Every time someone puts on, you will notice that most people don't just perform vanilla Romeo and Juliet anymore,
Yes.
because that's a world that many that people have experienced that variation
Yes.
of the world
I'm
is something
curious,
that people have experienced
is
way too
this
many times.
is this a roundabout way of getting into Gankutsu or not?
Yeah. So yes, so yes, Gankotso, a good example. I mean,
Yes.
but we'll get into
Yeah, we'll
Gankotso.
get to Gankutsu. It has a
We'll
proper,
get into
yeah.
Gankotso. So every you will notice that every adaptation of Romeo and Juliet or any such play does its own thing. It varies up something. So Romeo and Juliet is not treated as a kind of unshakable canon that needs to be absolutely respected each time. It's treated as one variation upon the world of Romeo and Juliet. And within that world, you, the fan, you, the active creator, the active fan, can make an infinite number of variations. And this is sort of what he describes, active fans like uh, Fujoshi. Quite famously, I think he raises the example of Captain Tsubasa, so which had a lot of like BL doujinshi around it. Uh, it's Captain Tsubasa, Prince of Tennis, all of Gundam, quite famously, everyone knows the story. I mean,
Yes.
not everyone, but a lot of
Charm.
people know the story of how Gundam was doing poorly on TV network ratings, and it was kind of saved by all the
Oh, if you guys don't know,
all the doujinshi
if
that
you people,
Fujoshi made around the Char and Garma ship.
yeah, this is if you don't know Mushi, by the way, chat, it is basically, oh, everyone knows, right, that insert random event that happened 20 years ago relating to the world of anime.
What?
Nothing. No, I
What?
know it. I know it. The way that you said it is like, oh, everyone's aware of how Gundam was saved by Fujoshi. Yes, no
I
one
mean,
is aware of it. I will guarantee it.
okay. I mean, yeah. I mean,
A
yeah, it was.
minority is aware of it.
It was Fujoshi interest in Gundam that kind of like brought it popularity and salvaged the series' popularity and allowed it to finish with 43 episodes instead of 39. Uh, and the rest
Oh,
was history.
I defer a question to you, Mushi. What is Fujoshi?
What is Fujoshi? Fujoshi are fans of BL and BL shipping. Is so they
The hit Gundam fanfic G-Cucks would not exist without real fanfic before. Yes, my
yes,
favorite Gundam
yes,
is the
yes.
G-Cucks fandom.
No, she quacks. But yeah, it's people who read BL or who ship male characters in other series. Most typically in like all male or majority male series like Sport Shonen, a really popular hotbed of shipping, Haikyuu, The Prince of Tennis, Captain Tsubasa, which is what is mentioned in Otsuka's paper.
Kuroko no
Uh,
Basuke.
yeah, so the thing about Fujoshi is they are active fans. They create. They create doujinshi, they create fanfic, they create like for conventions, they create they and most importantly they create variations upon the world of the work. And so they keep expanding that world, right? And one might argue that it is in fact this kind of expanded world, uh, because the original, let's call it, I'm not going to call it the original variation. Let's just say the original upon which everything else varies, uh, is never going to be as personal to you as like your variation on it, and it doesn't have to be like you write a whole ass doujinshi about it,
Yes.
but like
I mean,
it's 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 as simple as you having your own theories, your own headcanons, your own kind of your own variation upon that world in your head as you read the work or watch it, and
Yes,
that's what
there is
kind
an
of gets it to
interesting.
live long in your memory. It produces investment towards the work, and so. And that's kind of the disconnect I'm seeing when we spoke earlier about how at conventions and other things, anime is a lot more commercialized in India, but this kind of deeper investment and attachment isn't there. Yeah, investment financial versus investment personal.
Human
And
investment.
this is kind of the problem because you can scale up these events commercially as much as you want. Uh, or to answer Prach, Yuri is not. Yaoi is considered more outmoded than disrespectful per se, and uh, it describes a different era of work. So that's a whole topic of its own. But I mean, I've started it, so no, I'm gonna stay focused. I'll answer this later if we have the time. But yes, so back to what I was saying, you can scale it up commercially as much as you want, right? Like you can go from just, an event with fan panels and local workshops to an event where, with industry panels, pre-screenings of upcoming anime shows, movies, whatever. You can build a whole AX or Anime Japan type of experience in India, and you're not going to get people to care any more than they currently do because they don't have a reason. They don't. You can bring like Naoko Yamada over for a guest appearance at a convention, and you're not going to get the response you're thinking of.
No, we don't have to.
Or rather,
we don't have to talk about. No, we don't have to talk about hypotheticals in this scenario. I saw it happen in real life.
Spira Spike.
So, no, not even
Okay,
Spira. Luna Haruna.
Okay, narrate it.
Yes. The Luna Haruna incident at Mera Anime Japan. Yes, I mean it mainly was okay. I think to most people, at least from, so I don't like using this term, my generation of anime or people who got into anime when I was watching it. Oh, he muted himself. Everyone can see you're muted. But okay. Yes. People that got into anime when I got into anime is like how important Luna Haruna was for early anime music. Of course, there is Lisa, there is Garnidelia, and her
muted to eat Pocky.
Oh, Pocky. Oh no, we don't want to hear eating noises. Oh no. We've lost a majority audience here. It's very sad. Yes. What was I?
Oh, did the majority want eating noises? I guess someone.
I don't
know. not that I'm gonna provide it. I will get the binaural ear mic.
Main and etc. Like they were. Ulhan was a pretty big name in the industry for what I would know, and the reaction that I saw from most of the fandom in India is basically indifference. That is mainly what I saw, and no one knew the songs she was singing on stage when she was performing, and there was a minority audience that came and watched her, and it's basically very disappointing for me to see. You got on the hypothetical of Naoko Yamada, but basically I wanted to tell you that I saw it happen already with the real life stuff.
And you also saw a similar phenomenon happen with at the same event with the Spira Spiker concert, where people I guess responded decent, like okay-ish to her own music.
Yes,
but
yes.
The biggest response was to her cover of
Bluebird.
Of Bluebird, yes.
Yeah, I mean that's what. Like Luna Haruna only performed.
Funniest part was the Salia Maki covered it as well at SakuraCon.
When Sally Amaki eventually comes to India, I have personally laid the seeds of Sally Amaki coming to India by talking to her manager and telling her that I exist. Yes.
Sally Amaki can easily perform in India. Just tell the organizers that she'll cover Bluebird. She knows Bluebird. She knows how to sing Bluebird. So you can bring her over in an instant. But He-
Yeah.
you- Your Lie on April is pretty mainstream. Yeah, I don't know. It's
No,
kind of maintained its status
no.
in that.
I don't think it is. I
Anyway,
mean, maybe it is a
I think it
minority.
is.
Okay,
It
so
kind
the
of
other
is.
example, going back to Comic Con, there's another interesting example here. So there is at Bangalore Comic Con and most Comic Cons in India, their top three cry anime. I remember when that was all three of those were key adaptations. Okay, but yeah, okay.
Nakige.
Nakige.
Nakian.
Maeda Jun, my god, I will forever love you. Minor digression, but there was a time when I used to wonder why people watched key shows or why people watch cry anime. And then once I actually read the Maeda Jun visual novel, it all came into place. It all fell into place, as people would say.
It's the Danny DeVito. Oh my god, I get it.
Yeah, basically yes. Yeah, okay. Going back to the point. So there was a DJ from Japan performing. DJ Kazu, I believe his name was.
Kazu, let's go.
Kazu Kun, yes. Now DJ Kazu mainly like does anime songs. And what I saw in Bangalore Comic Con was like pretty disappointing. Okay, so this is my story with DJ Kazu. It's a very funny story actually. I saw him for the first time at Mela Mela Anime Japan. I was there with Nivi there, and basically both Nivi and me were like, chat, he's kind of not good. All he does is play the top 10 market researched anime. And after that, he posted, and yeah, this is what happened, and we left thinking that, he's just come here, he's Googled what are the top 10 anime songs in India and played those on stage. That is basically what he has done. After that, he posted on his Instagram about like some place in Delhi he was going around, and he had a Kesoko band T-shirt, and I basically decided Kesoko band. Yes.
Okay.
And he basically said something along the lines of Kesoko band based in a reply, and he's like, "Oh, you like Kesoko band as well?" And then we had a minor fangirl moment on.
You said Kesoko band based the Nihon.
I don't know, something along the lines I said that. I don't remember the exact words I said. And then after that, the second time I saw him was at Bangalore Comic Con early this year, and then I saw that is when he had an interesting interaction with his manager, his Mane-san, my personal goat. He saw me with the Hasnasara T-shirt, and he recognized my Hasnasara T-shirt and pointed to me. And you've seen the Kojima Ha Otaku memes, right? Yeah, he basically did that, but he called me a Ha Lover, and I said, wait, you are literally the only person in this entire convention that has recognized my T-shirt. So we spoke about it as well. Don't want to get into the conversation too much, but basically ended with him calling me Nihonjin Mitai Otaku desu ne. And then yeah, that is one of the conversations. After that, DJ Kazu was performing. Obviously, I spoke to his manager, so manager was like, yeah, look, Otaku. And I said, oh, cool. Can you play Kesoko? He's like, I'll play Kesoko band my next performance. I waited around for his next performance.
Oh, no.
And then he played, have you heard of Bocchi the Rock? Dead silence in the crowd. Then he plays Seishun Complex, where there are a grand total of 2 people singing along.
One of whom is speaking on stream.
One of whom is speaking on stream. And here's the most interesting part, right? Here is where I start to think we are so out of touch with what the public watches. He plays, I mean, this example I understand. Okay, fine. I was under the impression that Bocchi Rock was really popular. Okay, maybe I was wrong. Here's where it gets really interesting. This is the next song. I don't remember, it was during one of the performances. He played another song which was not recognized. He played Mukanjo by Savayosat the Prophet. Dead silence yet again.
Was it not recognized?
No, dead silence yet again. This is what got recognized. One Piece opening 1, Silhouette, Bluebird, and here's the most interesting part. The hype that I saw for Bluebird and Silhouette was probably double of what I saw for A Cruel Angel's Thesis.
Oh wait, I didn't know they did that. You didn't tell me that.
Yeah.
Yeah, so
Bocce cosplay. See, I'm not saying the subculture doesn't exist. The subculture definitely exists. Bocce is a popular show in the fandom. But what I
Bocce cosplayers exist at every con, but
Yes.
I exist at every con I can go to as well.
Yeah, I mean, that's like saying the most Indian conventions have a Lovely fan in them. Yeah, it is me. Uh, okay. Yes. What was I? Sorry, I was thinking about. Yes. What I wanted to say is like how out of touch we are with what the general public knows about anime, which is yeah. I understand Naruto is more popular than Evangelion, but ugh, it's a Cruel Angel's thesis. I mean, I expect a little bit more. Okay, yeah, that's where my out of touch conversation stems from. Okay, now
Yes,
actually
you're out of touch.
yeah,
I'm
I
out
want
of
to get into
time,
I want to
but
get
I'm out
to
of my
I want to get
head.
into another very interesting topic: the entitlement of an Indian anime fan.
No, that is a whole other episode. That is, we already have a clickbait title set up for it, right? We have it written down here. The Indian fandom is cooked for exclamation marks. This is gonna be the. We already have that line down.
Uh,
But no, I agree. And I guess, yeah, I've been trying to understand where exactly this sort of I cannot even call it incuriosity anymore. I don't think I can like.
is it more indifference?
It's
You would
just
say? Is
no.
it
It's just I don't know enough. I am as bubbled from them as they are bubbled from the rest of the medium, right?
Yes, exactly.
And
That's the
and
point I
so
wanted to make because
I
every
don't
time
think I can.
every time I think I have drawn the line. I mean, yeah, it's like from a smaller point of view. I mean, back when I used to make anime quizzes, I had
Yeah.
I had an incident. I think I made ISA's anime quiz, the Indian Institute of Sciences anime quiz at one point. I was invited to do it, and I still remember like the organizers at the time told me to make it. The audience is mainly not going to be anime fans, so try to make it more what's the word easy. Basically, don't make it too hard. It's more like it was more an addendum quiz to the main gen quiz they were having. It was not properly its own event. For surprisingly,
No one knows what a gen quiz is. You're gonna have to.
okay, fine. I'm a quizzer brain rot. Yes. It was more an addendum to the main general quiz that was happening. The more not normal, the more widespread, the more wide topic quiz with everything in the picture. Funnily enough, it had more attendance than the general quiz. Yes, I know. Incident happened with that outside the quiz, but during the quiz, I thought I had made a quiz that was, in a word, pretty easy. And where I could get most of the questions. And after the quiz, at least 5 people came up to me and said, "My God, that was the hardest quiz I ever done." And then here is the other half. One half came up to me and said, "Yes, Ajit was there, right? I think Ajit was there, and Ajit won the quiz, and he got like close to out or close to full." And everyone else came up to me and said, "My God, it was so hard. It was the hardest quiz I ever done." And then that is kind of my eye-opening moment when I realized, God, I am out of touch with the fandom, or out of touch with what normal people actually watch. And yeah, that's
No.
that. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, so it's it's kind of like you said, but there's an even more how shall we say interesting phenomenon, which is I am out of touch with sort of the side of the fandom that's you know, just dipping their toes into the medium, or I mean, I don't know if you can call it dipping one's toes if you've been around for a while and
Devi, don't
aren't
worry.
exploring beyond a point. But
that comment, and we just made a comment. Here's the other disappointing thing.
yes,
I
no.
don't think
So
there's a difference. Yeah. I don't think
yeah,
the difference
so
between.
that's where
Yeah. Wait. Let me.
yes, that's
No,
precisely
people.
what I
It's
wanted
an
to
audio. It's an
address.
audio only podcast. People might not know what we're yapping about. Nivi said, "Here's the
Oh,
other
right, yeah.
disappointing thing. I don't think there will be a difference between excitement in India between Ike Monogatari
Ikimonogatari.
singing Bluebird and DJ Kazu playing Ike Monogatari, which
Yes.
we will get into in our next episode titled "The Indian Fandom is Cooked."
No, honestly, I mean, if we do record that, but based on what's happening now, I don't think we're gonna have a ton of viewers. But no, this is really the crux of the problem. This is what I wanted to get to. We went into a long aside. That's a different matter. But coming back to where I was originally, you can scale things up commercially as much as you want, but you're not. It's going to be you're going to put in a lot of money and effort for for not significant increase in reward. In fact, I would say for no increase in reward in some cases, because as was pointed out, to a lot of people, it's not going to make a difference whether Ikimonogakari themselves come down and perform Bluebird, to whether a different Japanese performer comes down and covers Bluebird, to a local DJ plays Bluebird on Spotify with some beats played over it, like some variation on it. So like
Yes,
a
I
lot of people's
agree.
enjoyment is not tied to officialdom. It's not tied to
No. This is
sort of
this is encroaching on our topic. The Indian fandom is cooked. Let's.
it's encroaching on our topic, but no, it is key to it feeds back into what I'm talking about with the active fan. You need people ask me like like if we scale things up, like if we have Anime Japan in the country, we're gonna get like that's the way to get people into more niche stuff. But I feel like a Comiket or Comitia type event is how you would actually do that, because that's how you create more active fans. That's
No,
how
but
you create more
I
attachment to what already
I
exists before you
actually
introduce.
disagree with that take.
I see.
Not because I don't want Kamisha or Comiket type event in India. I've not seen the audience for it. It's just not
No,
an event that.
but see, that's
No, but here's the thing, right? What events succeed in India is not what the best event is. I mean, that works across the world. Yes, I know, I'm aware. But right now,
yes.
what? I mean, I am talking from someone who has been involved in event management for a lot of. I mean, I was involved in Japan Haba, and I have spoken to a lot of people involved with organizing anime events. I did know the people that organized Mela Mela Anime Japan and stuff. And what it's again it comes back to my point of visibility on what is visible to companies. In the starting of the stream I mentioned about how the audience in India has I'm talking about from visibility point of view. The audience for anime in India has suddenly spiked up post the 2020s, and that's what companies are seeing. They're seeing a massive market, as what most people saw in the 90s with globalization at that time. But what I want to say is it's about visibility. People view Comic Con as the biggest anime event in India. It's that simple. Like my entire point can be condensed down to that one fact. So it's more a sense that, again, I think this comes back to what you told me as what Mushi was talking about. I mean, we've had like several conversations about this as well, but how the I mean, again, Indian fandom cooked episode, but how the Indian fandom is stunted and how it grew with anime on and the weird way that it kind of blossomed, as if you could say that, which kind of led to where we are now, where the grassroots kind of active fan that you mentioned, I just don't see a lot of them pop up.
Got sidestepped. Yeah, and that's why it's important. And so it ties back into what I said when I said right now I would rather meet someone who is not a fan than someone who says they're a fan of five anime total. and
Seinen.
it's the same 5 anime. But
I mean, the shonen fans, yes, but
no hate to the
by
works in question.
my favorite.
No hate to any of the works in question except JJK. But like,
my favorite are the seinen fans, the seinen manga
yes,
fans.
okay, we are, yes, they are who we are going to address immediately after. But like, so, but it's more, like you said, there is a stunting of growth. There is a fundamental, it's not even an incuriosity as it is a resistance to further exploration, to the point where why I think a Comic-Con Comitia type event would succeed in the long run is not by winning over the existing audience, but simply by creating an entirely new one.
Okay, fine. I see it. Like my point was that
completely new audience that grows up on, according to me, right now, a good chunk of the audience, as far as if your goal is we want to have a richer fandom like what they have in Japan and France and even the US. The US is much more of an active fan hub, simply because every convention has an artist alley type of a
I would say
section where you can,
No,
which does foster active fan. And this is where I want to. So I was at a. I can't believe I'm going to say this, but I was at a Starbucks. And
it's over.
It's so over for
Oh
me.
my God.
It's not my fault. I happened.
Mushiraya spotted at Starbucks in 2025.
Okay. Listen. I happen to live in the city where it was founded, where it is based. I mean, it's never based.
Based.
But yes, this is the world where everything is based. But yes, so, I mean, I have to. My manager keeps going there, and so I have to accompany him.
Okay, yeah, you were at
so
Starbucks.
Anyway,
yeah.
So I was at a Starbucks, and which is the one in my manager's neighborhood, and he knows the barista there well, and then he points at me because I'm an infrequent visitor. I don't like going to that particular area.
Yes, I too hate wasting money. Let's go. Okay.
Yeah. Okay. So he points at me and says, "This is the one I was talking about, the anime fan." And then she starts talking to me, and it was a really different kind of interaction I've had, because I wouldn't say there was anything she listed that I wouldn't consider quote unquote normie. Like she mentioned FMAB and all of those things, right? But the way, but she was an active fan, so to speak. She did little fan art and fan merch at conventions. Like she had she would have an artist alley stall at. She didn't get one for SakuraCon, I don't think, but I think she got one for what was the smaller event in the state, the one that takes place in Puyallup. I've not been there, but
fake anime fan, Mushiraya. Okay.
Sorry. So the thing is, as an active fan, there's a lot of things you are doing as a non kind of passive, like pure consumer. So one, obviously, you interact with a lot of other active fans and like other people doing this kind of thing around you. You interact with a lot of people like who come up to your stall and so on and so forth. And so, I mean, I'm guessing this is true for all cons, but sometimes cons can be really insular experiences around yourself and the events you attend.
Yeah.
But like, this adds a sort of community interaction aspect to it. And the other thing is kind of in the act of creation, I feel like you become a lot more appreciative of the people making anime. To go back to what Ajit said in the comments, consuming divorced from the people who make anime or songs. Yes. It's because to a good chunk of people, especially with streaming, anime isn't, a thing made by people. It is content hours.
I hate that word. That is the worst.
Netflix's large library of content hours, over 12,000 hours of content.
I hate that word. Do not use the C word in front of me, please. I hate C word.
Okay. I hate C words too, but I mean something very different.
Oh no.
No. It's there's a certain insect I'm extremely scared of, and I cannot even
Higurashi
name
no
it. No,
Is it
not
Higurashi?
that one. Okay, that also starts with C.
Yeah.
But it's an evening cicada. But yeah, but yes, another insect, a somewhat more vile sewer-based one. But
Oh, oh,
yeah,
oh,
so
oh.
oh oh yes, I'm so glad I don't see any of them over here. It's way too cold for them to survive, I feel, over here. So mm,
Oh, but yes, speaking of
yeah, so that, yes, returning to that. So it is divorced from the people creating it in much the same way that the ice cream meme is divorced from
Love Live,
the
yes.
franchise it comes from. Yeah, from Love Live as a artistic body of work. The ice cream meme is it centers the because it's a dance trend you repeat. It's a mimetic trend you repeat along, you sing along and dance along to it. You make your own variation on it, like, but it centers you in
Hmm.
and not the work. Uh, in other words, someone's gonna look at your ice cream, your version of the ice cream meme song and dance, and they're not gonna think of it. It's so diverse from Love Live that it's not the sort of thing that gets people to check out Love Live. Or in for a more depressing example, it like
Yeah,
the
Bure, yeah,
the
Bure.
Ghibli AI
No,
filter
no,
is not the kind of
no,
I didn't want to talk about it at all, but
no.
we
Ah.
lost, humanity lost. But the Ghibli AI filter is not, and I had to argue against it with someone
Yeah, I think
who
someone
said it is
good
someone
for.
said it's good marketing for Ghibli.
Yeah, it's
And
not.
to which I said, it's anything but. It is Ghibli was chosen as the visual aesthetic of Choi. Like, because it is already popular, already quite beloved. And so what you ended up with now is in regions with where Ghibli isn't as well known as, I mean, I would imagine like a good chunk of Americans, Europeans, Southeast Asians have grown up on Ghibli. They're aware of it. Wasn't the case for India, kind of, and you can see this
Yes,
in
I see.
stats. I believe JJK Zero had a better box office collection
Oh
than
no.
How do you live slash The Boy and the Heron. I
No,
still refuse to call it
don't
The
don't
Boy and the Heron, but
don't
yeah.
say the second word. Thank you. Do not say the
Yeah,
Latin.
I still refuse to call it that. Yes, me rolling up at the movie theater saying 3 tickets to How Do You Live Kimi Tachi wa Do Ikiru.
Uh,
But but yeah, so it's
just like
so
you told your
to people
parents
who
what
have
anime.
yeah
Sorry. Uh, uh,
yeah. So the premise that the Ghibli AI filter is good marketing for Ghibli falls apart because of two things. One, it's not marketing to people who already know Ghibli,
yes.
right? And to people who don't know about Ghibli, there is, other than the word Ghibli being attached to it, there is nothing that um, it centers yourself and it centers the technology, the method, right?
Hmm.
Like people see ice cream as a TikTok dance
Yes, yes.
trend.
They
You
don't
are
say.
the dancer, and TikTok is the platform. And they don't see anything beyond that. They see Ghibli as an open AI image filter trend. They recognize the platform, recognize you who is creating absolutely horrific propaganda images with it. And I mean, genuinely, what else is it used for at this point, other than by the White House?
No, it's
Okay, I'm
fine.
not gonna say.
It's
I'm not
fine.
gonna say anything. I'm not gonna
We
say
don't have
anything.
to get
But
political in this
we
episode. Don't.
don't. Yes, yes. No, not in this one. Eventually, but not in this one. Wait, are you saying we're gonna be putting woke politics in my Sukhoi-based
The best stream.
trad values upholding
We
anime?
are going to be mouthpieces for Modi ji.
No, 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 don't get the stream struck down.
Okay.
Okay, so I mean, not that anything of value will be lost, but I'm just saying.
Fair.
But yeah, so it is so divorced uh, from its source medium, from its source body of artistic work. And that's same for this kind of consumption as well. For passive consumption, it's entertainment for you, uh, and it's how you and right now in the streaming era, it's how you pass time on a platform because you get bored, you open up the platform of your choice, and it is just uh like I said, it's just content hours on that specific
Yeah,
platform.
that's what I mean.
Whereas when you're an active fan, when you're creating these things, I feel like it brings you closer to the actual work in question because like even if it's as simple as you're referencing like images, like screenshots from the series or character designs or whatnot to draw, and you're actually drawing it, I think it brings you closer. It gives you a different kind of appreciation for. So so all of this to say, my interaction with this Starbucks barista was very different from my interaction with the average passive fan of JJK and FMAB and those types of things.
I see.
It was. It's kind of like.
Oh no!
It comes back to
Nevi
the.
said
It comes back
message
to the Fujo.
retracted. Message retracted. No.
Oh no. But yeah, so it's kind of like what I said about the Fujoshi who saved Gundam. And very a lot of people look quite poorly upon Fujoshi and shippers for I mean there's a whole lot of other baggage to that, but one thing you cannot say about this audience is that they do not care about the work in question. But I mean, you're probably gonna, I mean, for various reasons, disagree. I mean, whether that caring is manifests positively or negatively is a different matter. But and so you the Fujoshi who were into, I mean, their whole life, I guess, like, I mean, the Shargarma ship was their lifeblood. But at the same time, they also watched the entire thing. They also enjoyed the 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 plot, the politics, the mecha battles, and other things. They discussed every aspect of it. They set up forums to do that. Uh, they and years later, Tomino would actually call out the audience who thinks they are the biggest Gundam fans, which is the Gunpla collecting fan base.
I know several Gunpla collectors who have not watched a single episode of Gundam.
Yes, I would actually say that's most Gunpla collectors who I've met at least. They watch like one, like probably IBO and no other Gundam, or they've not watched any Gundam, and it's treated as a hobby akin to Lego collecting. And so Gunpla is, you could say, divorced from its source franchise in some aspects.
Yes, I don't. No, here's the thing. That's an interesting topic because I don't necessarily agree with that take specifically in the case of Gundam because of what Gunpla is to Gundam. It's like saying it's like saying Beyblade. People who buy just Beyblade and don't watch the show aren't fans of the source material because if you really think about it, if you go deep,
I mean, yeah. If you really think about it, the tops are the source material.
Yeah, I know. The Gunpla is the source material of Gundam. Okay.
No, the Gunpla is not the source material. That's what Tomino brought up, where Gundam was. I mean, because even the early Gundam toys that were sold were not of the Gunpla kind.
Maybe it's more a modern cell. Yeah. Like, okay, it's more a modern.
Yeah, so it's a modern strategy that really paid off financially. Like Gundam has made billions, but Tomino like kind of called out the Gunpla fanboys.
Oh no. Wait, Gundam isn't all about mechas. No, it's about politics. The show is about politics.
It's about artists. Okay. But no, it literally is. But yes, coming back to the Camille is just like okay, no. But yes, coming back to this.
I mean, yeah,
I don't know what I was coming back to.
No.
Like, I mean,
I know what we are coming back to. We are coming back to Orb versus
No.
Gankuto
Okay.
versus
Yes. We have to come back to the.
We are 2 hours 20 minutes into the podcast. We have not entered our main topic.
How do we lead back into the because we do have to cover it.
Okay.
And
Speaking. Okay. Well, let me handle the segue. Okay. Speaking about Gundam, there is another show made for males. There was an attempt. I tried. I
There was
attempted.
no attempt made. So,
Okay. Yes.
so I mean that
Okay.
the thing is the active fan tends to be more sincere. Let's just say about
I
it's sincerity is born of like
I mean, active
passion.
fans a pretty broad term. I mean, there is the creators of derivative works, of course. There are people that
I mean
people that
I
write
mean,
about.
if you care, see, here's the thing: if you care enough to create something about it, whether that be a review or like a doujinshi or a podcast, even, it means you care quite a bit,
Yes.
right?
Speaking of, we have not talked about review Starlight on the Starlight reviews.
It means you're not. Yeah, we're not talking about review Starlight on Starlight review. Like, yeah, our very namesake.
Yes.
But yeah, it's.
We'll have an episode for review Starlight soon. Okay.
It's you care enough to devote time beyond just the runtime of the series itself. That's where the investment comes from. It's a time investment, but it's also a more like mental investment. It's it has value to you long after the episode stops playing, if that makes sense.
I see.
And that's honestly how I would describe my favorite shows. Like probably my. I mean, Mushishi is far and away my favorite anime, but what I would consider a pretty close second is Shinsekai Yori, which is a novel
manga.
that has an anime adaptation. No, it does not have a manga. It does not have a manga adaptation. Okay, we will not talk about. You know the funniest thing about the manga, by the way?
What?
Do you know the manga artist's name? Who adapted Shinsekai Yori into manga?
Wait, I have the manga somewhere. One sec, I'm searching for it.
Don't hold up. I'll tell you. The mangaka's name is Toru Oikawa. Same name as the Haikyuu.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
What is bro doing? Okay. So,
bro, I know what bro was doing. Bro looked at all the Fujoshi. No. Bro looked at all the Fujoshis making art about him. He said, let me do this. Hold up, let me cook.
Hold up, let me cook.
Okay.
Oikawa, surprisingly, I've seen not as much Fujo art of as I would say. I mean, Kagehina is pretty obvious, but also like I've seen a lot more Kenma, a lot more Bokuto, Kuro in BL, Tsukishima.
Tsukishima, I think, is the hero of the.
Yes.
No, Seme King. Okay.
Seme Tsuki. I guess.
Okay.
Yeah. Anyway, back to this. Back to what actually?
We have to. I mean, we've been trying to segue into that topic for like the past.
We've been trying to segue into it. Yeah. So no, what was I just discussing? Yeah, Shinsekai Yori.
Yeah.
Shinsekai Yori is an anime that I randomly think about when I'm about to sleep, when I'm in the shower, in my dreams, and so on and so forth, right? Like, and when I encounter every time I see.
I'm sure in your dreams you imagine much like Nazi Germany, the burning of every single copy of the manga.
What? Yes, the Shinsekai Yori manga was my Fahrenheit 450.
Okay.
Now I am become Texas destroyer of books. But okay, we'll stop. But yeah, so my investment in the work lasts long after. How shall you put it? After the last episode aired, after I finished watching the last episode. The last episode aired well before I became an anime fan, but still.
Yeah,
Um,
fair.
so it's almost like it's like I am constantly rewatching it, so to speak. People talk a lot about rewatch value, but I have this personal this working concept I use for myself, which is mental replay value or mental rewatch value, kind of, which is the number of times you re-engage with it in your mind.
Yes,
And to me,
literally.
that's an important part of the work itself. That is almost like, to go back to Otsuka Eiji's concept of world and variation, those are my variations upon that. That is how I re-enter the world of the work each time. I guess
Okay.
not variations per se, but it's me re-entering the world of the work each time. I guess that's where the active fan experience becomes really important, where you're constantly re-entering, entering and re-entering the world of said work, even if it's just to make a variation. I mean, not just making a variation takes
Yeah, the other
skill,
thing,
of course, but
that I wanted to get into. I mean, we'll keep this for a later date because it's a
yeah,
a
for
big
sure.
topic.
Yeah, we're
But yeah, I wanted to talk about
overcooking.
we're overcooking. But I basically wanted to.
Overcooked. We have in fact overcooked too. The creators of overcooking, overcooking too.
Yes, I wanted to talk about
So,
what adaptations mean or how adaptations fit into this.
that's a good topic
Yeah,
for a future
we can.
episode.
But this is a very big digression. So I mean, I'm not saying
Oh yeah,
we're already in a very big digression, but this is an entire topic episode worth
yes.
of digression.
This is
Yeah.
yes. This is gonna. This will be the mother of all digressions if we digress.
Hmm.
But
Okay.
yes. So coming back. So coming back to this, there is, yeah, even with uh. So like with the Fujoshi community, with other active fans, there is this kind of expression of sincerity because of which reflects how attached to the work you are. And yeah, this is kind of where we segue in, because
Yeah.
sincerity is a good topic to think about, because it's not always the first adjective that comes to mind when you're in the anime fandom. So
Yes. Finally.
so we need to discuss fans, like anime for people who don't like anime. and and this is where we're going to discuss actual works, right? So, and all of this was prompted by an interaction I had with my brother-in-law, younger. He, he'll grow. He'll get.
You can fix
Sorry.
him. You can fix
But
him.
we can fix him. I can still. We can still fix him. My partner couldn't fix him, but I can.
Okay.
But yes. Oh yeah, the death of AMV culture. That's another thing, part of this. But yeah, I mean that has to do with technicality, like
Yeah, I mean,
copy
yes.
striking
No, I
on
mean,
this very
this,
platform. But yeah,
yes.
so
Funny enough, I mean,
back to the topic at hand.
yes, minor digression.
No,
AMV culture.
no.
Oh, fine.
Minor, yes,
Minor digression. Basically, yeah, AMV culture was my recommendations back in the day. If I saw cool AMV of an anime I've not watched, I used to go and watch the show. That's all.
That's another way how active culture
Yeah.
really broadens people's horizons, I think. But so.
No, I agree with Nivi. That's what I wanted to say as well. Because active fans is a very broad definition. Even someone, I mean, to at the broadest level of what we are talking about, it is an active fan. If you let's say if you abstract out all the physicalities of being an active fan, which is like creating derivative works or whatever, at the end of the day, an active fan is someone that thinks about what they have watched after they have watched it.
Yes.
That is like
an active fan is someone for whom shows have a lot of mental replay value.
Yes. That's basically it. It doesn't have to be an actionable. Oh, you're a fan artist. Oh, you write reviews. It
can be as simple as
you're willing to talk about it.
You're willing to talk about it.
Yeah.
Yes, this is. I mean, we should really get into the unfixable brother-in-law.
Yeah, let's go.
But prior to that, like, even talking about it is something we take for granted. I think there's like 1,000 members on our anime club group, and every day it's the same 20 people talking. So yeah, fine. So that's part of the active and passive dynamic we're talking about here, where there's people who are willing to re-experience the work, at least through ideas, thoughts, and words, long after watching it, and there's people for whom it's content today, gone tomorrow. Like I hit play today, I hit pause, and then between the play and the pause, I mean,
Again,
beyond the play and the pause,
it's not
the work
a
doesn't exist.
again. One thing that I want to make clear, I think this is the opinion held by both of us. It's not a factor of the person themselves. Like it's
No,
a factor of what
it's not.
they like. Like someone might be anime might be content for them, but they're an active fan of comic books, for example. It's not a personal
yeah.
thing. It's just
Everyone has
yeah.
a degree of investment in something, right? Like so, it's just that the increased access of like accessibility of anime, like much bigger libraries, and they're all on mainstream streaming platforms. It's easier to access now, so you have a lot more people getting into it. But those are people who wouldn't have, who would have earlier not checked it out, and who would never really get interested. I mean, invested in it, so to speak. Like, basically, what I'm saying is, people who aren't into movies as a medium still watch movies because it's a thing your friends take you out
Yes,
to.
yes. That's the basic point I wanted to come
That's
across.
precisely,
Okay.
and this is kind of similar. Yeah.
Yes, yes.
Okay,
Okay,
back to the brother-in-law.
back to brother, back to brother.
Back to the brother-in-law. Okay, brother-in-law said something really interesting. So brother-in-law thinks all anime
What
is
if
cringe.
brother-in-law
Okay,
is
this is
watching
the
this
backstory.
podcast?
Yes. Yeah, and brother-in-law should be watching. Okay, brother-in-law thinks anime is cringe. This doesn't anime and manga. This doesn't mean brother-in-law does not check out anime and manga, but brother-in-law is into a very specific brand of anime and manga, such as Berserk, of which he is a big fan. And so all of this was prompted by something he said on call when we called him up. He said something. I'm actually watching an anime. I'm actually watching an anime. Like, oh, which one? And it was Orb. Chi Chikyu no Undo ni Tsuite, or Orb on the Movements of the Earth, which just finished airing recently. And then he said something that was very interesting that I still think about, that I'm thinking about right now, and that is driving this podcast, kind of. At
Well,
least
was
now
supposed to be the main topic
was
of
supposed
this.
to be driving this podcast, but 2 hours late, 2.5 hours later, here we are.
Yeah.
So he said, Orb is not anime. It's so much more because it's not cringe. And that was a statement that changed my life.
Oh, no.
So this is where the point comes up. The earlier point comes up, which is that the anime fandom has a culture of shame. There is a part of the and we mentioned, right, like how being an active fan isn't, I mean, in its purest definition, it's creating, but it's also like discussing and keeping it alive, and that's what is eventually going to get other people to check that thing out, right? Like who you interact with. But one of the biggest barriers to that is that there is a culture of shame in the anime fandom, which actually prevents where people who are otherwise into niche anime stop themselves from discussing it more openly. And similarly, there is a culture of shame where, like, because they think either, I mean, there's two manifestations of it. I mean, I am guilty of one kind where I don't discuss my favorite anime or I don't say I'm an anime fan. I never introduce myself as an anime fan because I'm afraid of, the potential judgment that might follow, so to speak. And
I mean, I also do I do it as well, but for different reasons.
I know.
Yes.
So like but then there's also the kind of person who will not say they're an anime fan because they do not want to be associated with anime fans. Yes, otaku judgment, quite literally. And this is that sort of thing, right? Like, you will notice there's some anime that's like really anime. Like, even if let's say we stick to quote unquote objectively good works,
Oh my
Uh,
God! Please don't use that word again. Thank you. I will come across the world and I will
which
struggle.
one? Which
Objectively
one?
good works.
I'm never gonna say it again.
Yes.
But if we stick to the canon of what is considered good, if we stick to
Okay, fine.
Mal rating 8.5
I will kill you yet again.
and above. Okay, so works that are widely accepted to be good by most people who have watched them.
Okay.
So you see a big variation. You see a big difference between like something like Fully Coolie, which is full. So Fully Coolie is one of the most anime out there.
Not the most
Like
anime.
if you talk, it's not the most. It's one of.
I will argue till the end of the earth that the most anime to ever anime is Symphogear, and that is the reason it is one of my favorite shows. But
Symphogear is a fair shout. I was gonna say
FLCL.
yeah, actually no, Fully Coolie, yeah.
No,
Fully Coolie is FLCL, yeah.
Yes.
Wait, I can type it in. Yes. So,
yes, what were you
yeah,
saying?
Fully Coolie is one. Another one I thought about was Planet With. Because I've always felt like even though Satoshi Mizukami is a mangaka, Mizukami's manga have always felt very anime to me. I don't know how to describe
Macross,
it.
yes. I mean, the reason I came up with Symphogear is it is the entire medium condensed into a single show. That is what I see it as. It is everything that makes anime, or anything that makes anime uniquely anime, plugged into one show. That's how I see Symphogear, which I love it a lot. Okay.
I agree with the comment saying Macross. Macross is probably
yes. I was coming at from a Macross point of view. Macross is. I don't think the reason. Okay, here's a cooked thought. Okay, I don't think Macross is the most anime because it is the foundation of anime. One of the foundations of anime. It's set.
Fair. You're saying you have to be post anime to be the most anime.
Yes.
Or post found. Yeah. Okay. I kind of get that.
Flip Flap was pretty close. Yes, Flip Flap was pretty close to being anime as anime.
No,
but the reason I wouldn't consider Flip Flapper the most.
I would actually say Evangelion's also like very anime.
No, anime that it's again coming back to that point. It's pre-anime. It set most of the.
No, it's not. It's not that old. It's from 1990s.
Yes, say that again. Say that again with a straight face. Thank you.
It's from 9.
No.
The reason.
Here's the point I wanted to make. NG influenced a lot of what came after it. It set most of what the quote unquote meta is. You could argue that like if you look at what anime is right now, if you go with the logic that you're choosing the most anime to ever exist, SAO could also be in contention considering what's coming out. Most of what's coming out nowadays.
I would agree. SAO should be like.
But SAO
was not even the first.
Yeah, no, but that's the thing. Like,
after,
that's where my difference in definitions come up, because what I describe is you don't see Symphogear influencing much of what came afterwards. I would actually say Review Starlight's pretty Symphogear pilled, but we'll get to that in the Review Starlight episode. But yeah.
The Starlight review Starlight.
Yes. But yeah, like the reason that I consider pretty anime is it uses all the tropes. It doesn't establish many new ones. That's basically my point. And Macross is the first ever idol show, and it is one of the most influential anime that has ever come out.
Yes.
But is it the most anime? See, that's the other thing at Fully Coolie. Like, you don't see Fully Coolie's influence much in what you see nowadays. It's that simple. Like you
see it visually, production-wise. You see people make visual tribute to Fully Coolie, but I guess in terms of tropes, you do not. In terms of plot tropes, I would say yes. You do not see as much. You don't see a lot of. This was like directly inspired by Fully Coolie type of things.
Yeah, fair.
Chinese anime. Yeah.
Yes.
Like something like, what's its name? I'm drawing a blank, but
I'm not aware of it.
But yeah, so Yeah, so Fully Cooley is an extremely anime.
Season 7.
It's
Okay, fine. Yes, yes.
it's coming. Yeah, season 7. Yes. Like
I
so,
actually seen that.
Fully Cooley is coming of age. It has a young disaffected male protagonist. There's a magical, a manic alien dream girl
Manic
who,
Pixie, Graham God.
yes,
Not Link.
who
Link Click is
changes his
nothing
life.
like Fully Cooley. Link Click is of the Link Click is part of the second tier of shows that not second tier, second grouping of shows that we will discuss here.
Discuss, yes.
Yeah.
So, yeah, so it has like a lot of pubertal horniness and so on. So like it has mecha. It has a really anime visual style as well. Like, I mean, I guess a style that you don't see a lot of now, but that I would associate with something like, say, like how Soul Eater looks, kind of,
Yeah.
and
Every now and then you do
some
see. I think
some other shows of that era of that thousands period.
I did
So
actually watch episode 1 of an anime recently that had, I would describe as a unique art style for modern anime. What was it called? Acro something. Acro Trip?
Acro Trip?
Yeah, Acro Trip, yes.
Acro Trip, the
Yeah.
Mahou Shoujo series?
Yes.
Yeah, that's a...
No, was it Acro Trip? Yeah, it was Acro Trip, yes. It looks pretty unique for what it is modern. In what I see from the medium nowadays. But yeah, okay, fine. Minor digression. So let us hella anime, yes, I agree. But yes, okay.
Yeah, Soul Eater is a really anime.
Yeah.
That I agree.
Yes.
But yes, coming back to this, Fully Cooley is extremely anime, and that's where I made the distinction of shows that are generally acclaimed by the people who watch them. The thing is, Fully Cooley does a lot of pre-filtering in the sense that a lot of people aren't gonna watch it based on appearance and premise.
Absolutely.
As in people who aren't into the anime-ness of things, who aren't like willing to at least temporarily embrace the cringe weeb side and Naruto run in the no one should do that. But so I mean I will confess that I do not like Fully Cooley.
Yeah, I know. I was like, when is Blood going to get to that point?
Blood has gotten to the point where I do not actually like it. So, but that's for various other reasons. I still admire it as for its visual creativity and for some of the things it does, but it does not have rewatch mental replay value for me.
I mean,
I mean, yeah, but
see,
in general, it is quite well acclaimed by everyone who's watched it. But not everyone watches it because there's a significant number of the second kind of anime audience, which is the brother-in-law kind. So there's certain kinds of anime that, are outwardly respectable to watch. That's how I shall put it. It is outwardly respectable to say you are a fan of Vinland Saga, of Cowboy Bebop. Comments are just a laundry list of all of these. Yes, Vinland Saga, Monster, Cowboy Bebop.
Not Hyoka. Not Hyoka.
Hyoka, no, I would actually say A Silent Voice and Violet Evergarden if we're gonna go the Kyoani route. So, to an extent,
I don't think
they are. I think they are respectable to watch, so to speak.
No.
Hot Taxi
we'll get to it.
Don't spoil our
don't
flow.
spoil the flow. We'll get to it.
Don't steal our flow. Okay. So, in the manga space, there's stuff like Vagabond and Berserk and things that are outwardly respectable to be into, in that they are they don't have too many anime tropes, quote unquote, and they're male audience targeted. And even the orb, I would argue is a little different, but But yes, Orb does fall into this in that it ticks a lot of boxes for people who don't want to be seen as anime fans. So it doesn't have a Japanese setting. It um, it takes place in the real world in a real historical time period. There are no superpowers. There's no sci-fi fantasy shenanigans going on. Uh, you and it mostly has adult characters and yeah, I don't know. Like it's gritty, it's violent. It doesn't have a cutesy visual style. It doesn't have kira kira doki doki waku waku wash. Puyo puyo mochi mochi. I forgot, but yeah, yes.
Yes.
So yes, I am. Emo is meaning smile. Okay, but, so uh, no, people genuine to answer a question to answer a statement that's come up in the comments. People genuinely don't think anime equals cringe now. I have not seen a single person with that opinion in a long time. And the response to that is it's because the kind of anime that contributed to the cringe perception are completely unknown now and do not get watched
Yes, exactly.
on a wider basis.
Yes, I mean, if you, okay. Here's another cooked thought. I mean, the same people that don't think anime has cringe aren't the people that, what's the word? Watched anime or like, okay, we're coming from an older point of view that, of course.
It's not even older. Like, even if you're a modern fan who watches a bit more widely, you will encounter all the rent-a-girlfriends and the Roshideres of the world, which would no doubt have in the past contributed to the cringe perception.
What do you mean? Are you telling me fake fiction like Kanokari is not?
So, because very often, when you ask like older fans to like construct a straw man of a cringe anime in their mind, they will almost always pull up like some combination of ecchi, harem, and isekai shows. Because and sometimes like moe and idol and
I
for
don't
some
think.
reason
I don't think.
shows as
Yeah,
well.
I was going to say Mahou Shoujo. Shoujo in general, like
Yeah,
not romance shoujo, but anything that is not romance shoujo.
No, even romance shoujo is like, especially in the manga space, people are only into manime. Okay, that's a whole other topic. That's a whole other episode.
Yeah.
But here's the thing. But that's the thing. That's the reason why that perception's gone. But once you go a little more, once you explore a little more broadly beyond like the initial meta that makes up the majority of fans, you start encountering these things, and then you are presented with a crossroads. You either embrace these cringe shows or you cringe at them. Yes, you either cringe or you kill the part of you that cringes.
Oh no.
So there is a significant chunk of people who do not want to be associated with let's just say the type of anime fan who yells out Tatakae and Dateboyo in the theater when the movie being screened is a Ghibli or Shinkai movie, which has nothing to do with AOT or Naruto. So quite common. And to that end, shows that, for lack of a better word, shows that just happen to be animated. In that you could conceivably think of them as live action shows.
Yes. This thing,
because
Hiroshi brought it up on chat as well. You should take a look.
Yeah, without loss of story. I mean,
I don't agree per se.
It depends on what you define as story. If you define it purely as script and text, then that would apply. Then that would, yes, but
It would okay.
At the
See,
same time,
I know what.
but if we define it purely as script and text, then we can say Monster, Rainbow, and Odd Taxi could have been puppet shows without loss of story. So, yes, they could have been Thunderbolt Fantasy.
do not put bad. Do not speak ill of my goat again, Urabuchi. I will kill him myself. No one else can do it.
Don't. The stream will get taken down for
no, it's over.
violent expression of
no.
expression of
I love you again,
intent.
Urabuchi. It was a joke. It was a joke.
They're gonna psychopath civil system. Don't do it. So, but that's the thing. If you're talking about story as storytelling, then the visuals do play a significant part. And whether those could be replicated realistically, I don't know. Y'all have seen the Cowboy Bebop live action.
Oh no.
I mean, if you've not, then don't keep it that way. But I'm just saying. I think the creator, Watanabe himself noped out after one episode.
Oh no.
Even though all of those are aesthetics that could easily be recreated in live action. So I guess that's a whole other topic as to whether that's possible. But in your mind, conceivably, it plays out as live action. There's no fantastical element. Even if there are science fiction elements, they are more grounded and believable. Like say, we will conquer space, so on and so forth. Not really, but that's what makes them outwardly respectable to be fans of, and that's where Orb kind of falls into. I'm not entirely sure what determines this. And one would think it's related to topics and visual styles, like more mature, more gritty, more realist, and so on and so forth. But then you have anime that you I guess if you are seeking, I mean, I guess if you define cringe as, I mean, to a lot of people, cringe carries the connotation of both a kind of adolescent immaturity, and it also carries the connotation of, to a lot of people, sincerity and openness.
Yeah.
To be sincere is to be cringe, and therefore one must be insincere. One must drown everything in 3 layers of irony. Do you say irony or irony?
Irony.
Because I had to learn the hard way. You don't say iron.
Iron. Okay.
Iran.
My favorite country is Iran. Okay.
Iran, like, bro, where? It's like the meme, no? Like, let's go, okay, bro, where? But yes, there is a rejection of sincerity as cringe, and that's what sometimes leads you here. But even if you use all of those working definitions of cringe, there are quite a few anime that would fit the bill of what you're looking for, which is they're challenging and mature TM stories. And yes, here we go. My friend who hates anime said he hated it after watching a few episodes of Naruto. This showed up in the comments. I know people who like hated it after watching Dragon Ball because that's what they're first exposed to. And so, but there are entire anime that you think would fit the bill of, anyone should be able to, like someone who is seeking out more challenging, mature stories for adults, so on and so forth, and who don't want like an overly anime look, right? Like that's another thing they complain about, like something like Lucky Star or K-On! Looks too anime, moe, cringe, trash, so on and so forth.
Oh no.
Arguments I have never used in the past. Arguments I have never used in the past. That was not me. That was not me. That. Please.
Okay. I mean, you set it up perfectly. Okay, if I didn't bite, I don't think I could have.
I set it up better than the whole podcast itself.
Okay.
Okay, next time more prep. But yes, and I'm talking about so even if you say you want something that's visually and in terms of vibe, I don't have a better word for like in terms of the maturity vibe.
Okay. No, but
In terms of a target demographic,
let me condense.
completely as far removed from your image, your mental image of cringe anime as possible. Let's say a show like Hot Taxi or Kaiba
Or
or
Gankutsu.
Gankutsuo, yes, that's what we did want to bring up, or the Tatami Galaxy, which have a very different visual style, the kind you don't associate with anime. Of like I would say Gankutsuo is the most anime-looking of these, but like you could be forgiven for thinking it's some kind of a weird European Russian cartoon.
Yes.
So
I don't blame you. If
I
you watch
use
the
I use
English
the
dub.
other C word now.
Oh, no.
Anime is not cartoon. But
Actually, I disagree. Anime is cartoon.
yeah,
It is
in cartoon
very.
then, okay.
It is very
But-
definite by definition. Okay, fine.
yeah. So so that's the thing. So these are all shows that should conceivably fit your bill. Even Ping Pong the animation to an extent.
Yes.
Yeah, so but like very very principally, Odd Taxi, there is nothing other than the character names to even like hint to you that Odd Taxi is anime. If you're not watching it in Japanese, there is very little of that hint in. I would say there's none of that hint in something like Kaiba. And so, but these are not the shows that resonate with this audience, with this anime is cringe, I don't want to be cringe audience. And similarly, you have on the other end of the spectrum, visual spectrum at least, and sticking to the mature storylines thing, you have hyper realism in things like Mamoru Oshii Ghost in the Shell, or even Akira, or for a recent example, Naoko Yamada's The Colors Within. With that really Yamada-esque natural character animation. Any Hiroyuki Okiura movie like Jinro or A Letter to Momo,
Yes.
all of these, right? But these are not the anime that appeal to that audience either. In fact, these are the anime that get watched by people who are not into anime at all.
Yes, exactly.
Like a general
Satoshi
cinephile
Kon,
audience.
Satoshi Kon as well.
Yes,
the biggest.
Satoshi Kon is a perfect example.
Yes.
Like gets watched by like you ask the average like say Vinland Saga and AOT fan what their other favorites are, and they're gonna name things like Orb and Berserk and Cowboy Bebop and Samurai Champloo, I guess. You ask the average, you go to a theater where they're screening, say, a Satoshi Kon
go
movie
to Bangalore
or
Film
Akira.
Society.
Yeah. Go to, or like go to like when like here recently the SIF, the Seattle International Film Festival, they operate a couple theaters.
Yeah.
They've been doing some retrospective screenings of anime. You go to those screenings, and you ask the attendees what their other favorites are. They are not gonna name other anime. They might, but they're also gonna name something like Satan Tango directed by Bellatar, or Nemaya Nazdik directed by Abbas Kiarostami, my favorite film director. I have to shout him out.
Tenshi no Tamago.
Tenshi no Tamago, Angel's Egg, again, in this category, it's gonna get watched by a general cinephile audience who is not specifically into anime, who doesn't seek out anime at all. And so now you have to actually wonder what this audience is about. And they do want it to be anime. That's the ultimate truth. They want it to look and feel like anime. but they don't.
want the culture
But
of
they
feudal
want to
society.
have plausible deniability about its anime-ness.
Yes.
And that's why, so like some like AOT, Vinland, or all of these still look like anime. They have a somewhat more chiseled and realist version of a general anime look, like the quote unquote seinen anime visual aesthetic. Even though that means nothing because
My
like
favorite manga are Vinland Saga, Vagabond, Berserk, and the
and
protagonists.
protagonist.
That meme will never die. I love that meme.
Legend. I love that one too. It's just so funny. Don't mess with Berserk, Vagabond, and Vinland fans. They have read 3 manga total.
Okay, yeah, sorry.
So, but sorry, apologies to every. Uh, so I like Berserk at least out of these, even though I recognize it has issues. But So you both watched Hinamatsuri? Hinamatsuri is in my top 10 manga of all time, in my top 20 anime of all time. I am a big fan.
I also have watched Hinamatsuri.
Yes, Hinamatsuri is actually a good example in that it is it's an otherwise it's a reason as far as like supernatural comedy anime goes, it's a pretty realistic treatment of all its subjects. Even if you account for the comedy exaggeration, like I mean, like Nitta, the Yakuza man, obviously does his funny antics, but at the same time, the show also recognizes that his parents have to hide the fact that he's Yakuza from the neighbors, or they'll, get bullied out of the neighborhood. So, so kind of those like Anzu getting adopted by the homeless community and so on and so forth. So it's the kind of anime that you think should like bridge that gap, but it doesn't really get watched out for aesthetic reasons alone.
Yeah, at
And
the end
I
of the
lo-
day,
I love Hina.
Nivi spoiled the stream yet again when she said
Why?
the whole world runs on sparkle aesthetic
Oh,
sparkles.
yes. This
Yes.
is the world where everything is aesthetic. So
It's all about optics. It's all about how you are viewed as
yeah,
a fan of something.
yes, no. So this is going to be horrible listening when someone comes back to the the recording later on.
Oh no.
Yeah, I know. So here, but yeah, here's the thing. They still desire the anime-ness of it is still desired, and but yeah, like I said, with plausible deniability, they have to be able to like weasel out of it if confronted by someone who genuinely doesn't like anime, like who believes it to be like cringe, or to rather from the boogeyman in one's head that judges you or will think you're the type of fan that Naruto runs in the hallway. Did anyone actually Naruto run in the hallway? I do not. The only
I will remain
this
silent
year,
on this topic.
You will remain silent on this topic. Okay, fine. But for the first time ever, it was this year. That was the first time I ever saw someone Naruto running. It was outside the SakuraCon venue and was someone who looked completely poked out.
This is hilarious, by the way. Pushy, look at chat.
What? Look at chat? I cannot see chat.
Oh,
it's not updating.
It's not updating. Have you not seen the after that draft?
Yes, I watched Naruto at the right page.
No, before that, the 4 messages before that.
I'm ignoring those messages. Just so you know. Or rather, what messages are you talking about?
No, it's fine. Nothing. I don't say anything.
Pain, Pecco.
Nothing. So, that's hilarious. No, yeah, I mean, I see it as well. It's all about, I mean, from what I can see, it's all about aesthetics. The world runs on aesthetics, as we mentioned.
It is all about aesthetics. And I feel like after a point, like aesthetics are what create initial reception. And initial reception somehow gets converted to, quote unquote, objective quality once it gets crystallized. Or rather, what constitutes good anime, what constitutes starter anime in the perception of people has a lot to do with perception, that very thing. For instance, everyone says, Cowboy Bebop is a great starter anime. Cowboy Bebop is like widely acclaimed and so on and so forth. The actual background mechanisms of this, or rather how it all happened, is that Cowboy Bebop just happened to be one of the first anime aired in the US on TV
on
on
Adult
Adult
Swim,
Swim.
yes.
Yes,
With a
it was
competent
part of
dub.
an initial,
Yeah.
it was part of an initial offering. It was alongside the likes of Gundam Wing, so it's not like it was competing with too much.
Ouch! Ouch!
Gundam Wing is unhinged. Wing is unhinged.
Wing,
But
Gundam slander in
Wait.
this day and age.
yeah, but no, I would never slander Gundam as a whole. But Wing is a different beast. But yeah, where I'm going, it is aesthetically again like deeply tied to American Western and noir, film noir, and so it's a familiar aesthetic to its audience.
Yeah.
It fits in with English dubbing, which is how its audience watched it,
Yes.
and that's what helps it take off. And Cowboy Bebop is another show I will confess to not really liking.
Oof.
But it does get widely recommended as a starter title, and I guess that comes back to what really makes something a starter, a widely accepted starter, or like I don't think people are really thinking of content, or rather they think it's content related, but I don't think it's as content related as one might think. I think I mean, Naruto, Bleach, and One Piece are widely listed as starter anime, but you think about the content, and they're horrible things to start people on because of how long they are.
Yeah, I agree.
They trap you in themselves, and also they create a barrier to people who do not have enough time in a day. Who, uh, it also like because you start off with something as long as those, it's going to be quite a while before you even get to other shows. Whereas if you started them off on Madoka Magica, they could have watched.
Okay, hello. I believe that
5 to 6.
No, I believe that Madoka is a horrible starter show as well, but it's.
I believe Madoka is a horrible starter show because I would rather start them off on a different Mahou Shoujo first, so that they develop appreciation for the genre. I think people who
I'm going to.
It's a different stream
I'm going to
topic.
say something
but
that will piss off. I'm going to say something that will piss Mushi off. Really
don't say
badly.
deconstruction. Don't say deconstruction.
It's a decut.
I'm gonna. Okay.
Okay. Fine. Sorry, I had to.
I'm about to turn. Okay. No, I'm not. But yeah, no. So if you go in like that, with just the background info that it's a deconstruction of Mahou Shoujo without having watched Mahou Shoujo, without having an appreciation for the genre, then I guess it falls flat. But that's a topic for a different time. Let's say you start them. Let's say you start them off on I don't know, like going back to the example with my parents. I started them off on Wolf Children. I think films are a great place to start people off on. Death Note used to be a de facto recommendation. Death Note is interesting in that it appeals both to cringe anime fans as well as those who cringe at cringe anime fans. It was kind of a great unifier, and weirdly enough, it has lost its status as a widespread starter anime.
Yes, I don't think it is anymore. I think more people watch the
I think most people start off with JJK, Spy Fam,
the shonens,
Chainsaw Man. Yeah. Did you just say tourist?
I said the shonens. Calm down.
I thought you said
I'm not going to.
We're not going to discuss.
I don't make controversial statements. I leave that to you. I just comment on them.
No, we're not going to discuss the T word, the tourist term. That would fit right in on an episode where we discuss Monogatari.
Oh no.
Oh no. Yes, I can already see the clickbait headline. The Monogatari fandom is infested with tourists. But not the tourists you are thinking of.
Uh,
It's the people who say tourists,
oh no.
who say the word tourist. But anyway, um, so where I'm going with this is, it's not, yeah, movies are a great place to start people off because movies are designed for a much larger audience in mind because they are going to get a much wider release than just like the 2 a.m. slot on a TV channel, on a random Japanese TV channel.
Yeah, exactly. That's one thing that most people are not aware of. That most of
Yes.
let's say the outside the literally the most popular shows, they all air at some ungodly time on TV at like 1 or 2 a.m.
Meanwhile, something that they would consider niche,
Yeah.
like to give a Love Live example,
Yes,
Love Live Superstar,
Yes.
or even a show that literally nobody has heard of or watches, like Kemono no Soja Erin, a really good one, or Seirei no Moribito, I think, as well.
Yeah.
Or even March Comes in Like a Lion. All of those aired on like all of those aired on pretty general audience, family oriented daytime slots.
No, I think they are, of course. I mean, at least from the Love Life point of view, it is attached to a series that is massively popular in Japan. To say nothing.
No, but the thing is, the early Love Live installments were late night, but it's really with
yeah, I mean, it got popular. Right?
With Superstar and Hasuno Sora that they've apparently been pushing at a more at a wider audience.
H word mentioned. It's over.
H word mentioned. Why are all these words?
Hasuno Sora.
It's H word mentioned, but not the H word you're thinking.
There are two Hasuno Sora fans in India. Okay.
There are two H fans in India. Yes.
Yeah.
But
most people who has OP Naruto works are lockdown people. Don't think that's bad. They only do that, but then expect new fans to have Naruto status not feasible now.
They're indeed lockdown people in that they are locked down to those things.
Yes. I agree.
Bro, shackled. but yes, I think movies are great because
again,
in terms of demography, they're aimed at a really wide audience. In terms of product, oh yeah.
Yeah, I want to clarify something. It's not that this is let's say negative, or we're commenting that these are bad shows or that. We're just commenting on what it means for the community as a whole, like what we're observing, the movement of the community move. Yeah.
The downstream effect of all of this, rather. So yeah, back to movies. Movies are, demographic wise aimed at a really general audience. They have to
Navy says I need a Love Live episode.
Okay. Hey, stop interrupting. We're never going to get to the end of this. I've been saying movies for the last 10
movies.
Movies. That's enough podcast for one day. Okay. That's enough feminism for one day. Okay. So, yeah, no, movies are production wise, that's the best, that's visually the best of anime that you're going to see. There's a lot more planning, a much longer production cycle that goes into making them.
Yes.
And they're tight, self-contained, all of that. The best artists and directors in the medium prefer to work on movies because of the creative freedom it affords them. They're quite original. They're quite daring. There's I don't know. I don't think we'd.
What?
I don't think we'd ever get a TV anime that looks like Children of the Sea or Akira.
That's true. I mean, we're talking about.
I mean, it's physically impossible.
Yeah, it's about production schedules. It's impossible.
Yeah, it's about.
No matter how much budget a show has because of production cycles, it just.
Do not. Did you just use the B word?
Okay. I know all of Moshi's trigger words.
No, the B word and the C. Okay, so but and the D word. Oh no, the ABCDs of anime trigger words. Okay, so but yeah, movies are a great intro. And after they watched Wolf Children, the very next thing my parents watched was Death Parade.
Interesting. Okay.
Yeah, and I think that is a great show to get people in because it's short.
I consider brevity to be one of the most important parts of.
Brevity is really important.
Yeah.
Brevity and self-containedness. It's
Yes.
short. It's fully self-contained.
Yeah, I don't recommend
It,
like if someone walks up
it
to me.
doesn't have any prerequisite trope knowledge, so to speak.
Yeah, see, that's the other thing. Like, I don't recommend review Starlight to most of the people I talk to, or like when someone asks me for a anime recommendation. What?
You say this, but I've made my parents watch Review Starlight.
No, I'm just saying, like, I'm not saying that it's not a good recommendation. I mean, in my opinion, to truly appreciate Review Starlight, much like
agree.
Madoka Magica, you need context TM of a lot of things. But no. Other than that,
I agreed. They watched Review Starlight. They did enjoy it, but it took a lot of post-episode explanation from my
that's
side.
what exactly.
A lot of yapping just to get them to the point where they
if
could
I
enjoy
watch Review Starlight with someone, that's fine. But to make them watch it themselves, I don't like recommending it. The other thing I don't like recommending is visual novels. I will never recommend. Okay, this is gonna sound very cooked.
You're never gonna recommend the hit
people
10 out of 10 visual novel Umineko no Nakuko.
No, the only people,
my life.
No.
I am finished. Fiction has peaked. 10 out of 10. Without love, it cannot be.
Shut up.
Recommend that?
No. I will tell you. I mean, see. I agree with most of what that yap was, but this is again going to sound very cooked. The only people I recommend visual novels to are unemployed people. The prerequisite.
I have a. I feel called out.
I mean, no. The sheer amount of time investment. I mean, it's me like oh no, I will never watch One Piece because it's too long playing 300-hour visual novels. Okay, that's all it is. But yeah.
No, but here's the thing. You could conceivably start someone off on Umineko and they probably like it.
Yeah, I mean, yes, but I don't think it's a good starter anime.
No, but and that ties back.
Do not watch the Umineko anime. It doesn't exist. It's unreal.
Here's the thing. I'm gonna come back to this. Like, we can talk all we want about time. Like, even now we're talking conceptually about like, oh, Naruto, One Piece, and so on are not good starters because of their length and they lock you into themselves. But then you think about it a bit more and you're like, so what? I mean, millions of people have started with them. They're doing fine. I guess there's things we desire to see, that we desire to see more people get into.
Again, Mio, you are the exception to the rule. You are not the average anime fan. Let's be honest.
So ultimately, this goes both ways. This goes both ways, but the best starter anime is the one you start with.
Exactly.
I genuinely believe, like, outside of a few very rare exceptions, I think you can start with pretty much anything. I mean, obviously, there's obvious exceptions. Like, don't start with March Comes in Like a Lion season 2. Please start with season 1.
Oh no.
But or don't do JoJo part skipping.
Oh no.
No. But yes.
No, this reminds me. This reminds me of the great Owari Monogatari second season incident of 2017, where Owari Monogatari second season got to #1 on MAL, and people watched Owari Monogatari second season as their starting Monogatari season. I can't believe that happened. It's hilarious. Okay,
but like, yes, I genuinely think you can start with anything. But I also believe that what you start with fundamentally shapes your taste down the line.
Yes.
And
starter anime was always the anime that we started along with. Yes, that's exactly correct.
Yes, I think I look back and I wonder if I'd started with anything other than Lane. I don't know if I would like
be
the same person. No, I mean, no, I might have, I would have probably still been an anime fan, most likely, but I don't know if I'd have been the same person you're speaking to right
Oh,
now.
no.
Because I remember at the time it was a dilemma for me. This college mate of mine was like really trying to like get me to watch One Piece.
Okay.
He didn't get me to read it eventually, but
Oh.
like,
Is it
yeah,
is the college mate of yours still a friend
no,
you talk to that starts with that?
no. College mate, not like in batchmate,
Okay,
not
okay.
junior.
Okay, fine, fine.
So, uh, but even when I did sit down to watch, I had two choices of starter. The other thing eventually became the second anime I watched. So, I was either gonna start with One Punch Man on Netflix,
That would have been fun to
or
watch. Okay.
I was going to start with Serial Experiments Lane on on illegally uploaded on YouTube to a channel called Ariso Mizuki that doesn't exist anymore. Uploaded as episode 1 part 1, episode 1 part 2, and
I
episode
remember
1
watching.
part 3.
I watched Blood
And
Lad like that. I remember. Yes. Okay.
and the video only occupied like 2/3 of the screen, and one corner was left like blank to avoid the copy strike.
Again,
So
I don't
it
necessarily.
was a real toss up. I don't know why I made the choice I did, but and I can kind of tell you why. And what got me curious into it was, I mean, wow, my it's been 3 hours of talking, and now my grammar is starting to leave the grammar has left the chat.
Sub
Most people have actually
sub
left the chat. We
español.
have 6 people watching right now.
Sub
Uh,
español.
Sub Espanol. So
No hablas.
So I remember this same One Piece friend was getting me to watch a lot, would sit down with me and watch a bunch of these Watch Mojo top 10 lists for anime topics.
Okay.
I know, different era. So one of those was a top 10 anime openings,
Hmm.
and that's when I kind of realized anime has banger music. You know, like that was the first time I
Is Due the
listened to
reason?
things like
Is Due the reason you watched Lane?
the No, Lane did not feature on that list. Evangelion did. Evangelion's opening.
Okay.
But eventually, I investigated Evangelion a bit. I also looked up a mal list of underrated anime songs. Okay.
Okay.
This happened to feature the Lane opening,
Okay.
which I listened to. And I clicked on it because it said it's by a British indie band, which is unusual.
Okay.
So I clicked on it. I listened to it. And I'm like, huh. So then I went to its Wikipedia page and I read up on it.
Hmm.
And I was like, huh, this is like, it had a funny name, like weird, like non-idiomatic English name. And it looked pretty interesting. It wasn't a premise I'd seen before. And keep in mind, I was not into like moving pictures media at all. Like at the time, I wasn't even into film. I would only go to movies when people invited me to them, but
Okay.
I was not super interested in film as a medium.
Okay.
And but I was just starting to dip my toes a little more into these things because I wanted to try and watch more challenging films, right? Like
Yeah.
the
Okay.
artsy
I
types.
just
And Lane kind of
yeah.
Lane kind of fit the bill.
I have a counterpoint
and
to
so,
something you said, but yeah, we'll
don't counterpoint after I'm
yeah,
done.
I know. As I said, we'll get to it. We'll get to it. Okay.
Yeah. So now wait. So it is a toss up, and eventually I started off with Lane. And looking back, that was my two roads diverged in a yellow wood, and that made all the difference moment. I do think that made all the difference. It was because keep in mind, again, I had not watched any sort of, like some of the more artsier film. I mean, I don't know why I thought about I saw the TV Glow because the movie wasn't out at the time. But yeah, I hadn't watched anything that could like prepare me for Lane, so to speak. So Lane was my first introduction to a lot of, you know, how shall I put it?
I have a question for you.
Artsier tropes. And Lane's ending blew me away so much that like it obliterated me so badly. I watched overnight, like the second half of it, I watched all of it overnight, and by the time I was done, it was like 5 a.m. in the morning, and the ending just did a real number on me, and I didn't go to classes that day.
Oh. I mean, I see it.
And then,
I
yes,
see
the
it, I see
second
it,
thing
I
I
see it.
watched was One Punch Man on Netflix, and I did enjoy that. Uh, but and then I had a somewhat more normal progression. I got into FMAB
Yeah.
after that. But then Lane had shown it's almost like the wager I made with my parents, where I was like, if this doesn't, if you don't like this, then I will never ask you again.
Huh.
And they took that chance on it, and I took a similar chance on Lane. And in both cases, the risk was justified in that Lane and Wolf Children justified themselves to the people who took that chance on them.
Okay.
They showed promise.
Yeah,
It showed
I
me
see.
promise. It showed me like not just promise.
So
It
basically,
almost convinced me completely that there is going to be more like this.
I mean, it
If you seek
serves
it
as an
out.
introduction to the medium. Your starter anime, it's not just a show that because okay, this gets me
It's
to
not just content hours.
yeah, it's not just it's just, I know it is content hours for a lot of people, but
I know. That's what I'm saying.
it gets you, it serves as a representation of the entire medium. This gets me to another point, one of in the ABCDs of anime trigger words. It's time for G, anime genre.
No,
Video.
the
genre of
anime is my least favorite genre.
Okay.
I love the shonen genre.
Okay.
That's a different topic.
Yeah, well, that is a very different topic. An interesting topic nonetheless, but a different topic. Okay, but the counterpoint, the thing I wanted to say is, I don't think that your starter anime matters much more than being a introduction to the medium. Because okay, so my starter anime was Inazuma 11. Gee, that's the greatest artistic. Okay.
Oh, but here, before you go further, I want to draw a separation between childhood starters and like.
No, but that's the thing. That's the thing.
With awareness of anime
No. Inazuma 11 is how I got aware of anime. I watched it. I watched it on a shady streaming site. I watched it, of course, on TV, and then afterwards I watched it on a shady streaming site. The latest season on 2011 on a shady anime streaming site, and that's how I got to know it as anime and got to know it as Japanese. That's how I learned how to read subs. For all
okay, then you're then that's different because I was about to say like if we're being technically absolutely sticking to the facts.
No, of course. I watched Dragon Ball Z and Naruto before.
Yeah. Because in that case, my first anime would have been either Cardcaptor Sakura, the Cardcaptor's dub, Dark Times, or I think it was Heidi, Girl of the Alps no Shoujo Heidi.
I mean like that only. I mean, so for me, I guess I'm a unique case
but
here.
I never recognized them as anime.
So I guess I'm a unique case here in the case that I started in Inazuma 11, never stopped. I mean, I was watching stuff. I mean, obviously there were lulls in the period where I watched few shows. This is current. I'm probably in a lull. I've not watched many shows in the past 2 or 3 years. But yeah, there have been lulls in the period of shows. But I've always like kept it in the back of my head. I was always watching anime, etc. And that's what I used to think, because the thing is, I don't think, I mean, for someone that probably had a much faster dive into the medium, like someone like you, for example, than me, who's slowly been digging my hole for a while, is that I don't necessarily see the what's the word? The importance of a starter anime. The reason I'm thinking is, right, it's a simple question I want to ask you. Do you think in your anime watching journey, do you think Keon was more important, or do you think Lane was more important? And that's where I want to. I mean, I let you think about that, and that's where I wanted to come
I want
with.
to say, I'm gonna go with, yeah. I'm not gonna do the
I mean, there is no
non-answer
absolute
annoying thing.
answer. Yeah, there's no
I mean, but no, I will. Yes, Aeon, or rather, more accurately, Eurocamp, because that was my watershed moment.
That's
for
what. So for me,
when
I had
I
a
stopped seeking out purely, critically acclaimed
that is so basically. I'll tell you what
anime, quote
my
unquote, and started deciding for myself what was good or
that
not.
reminds me of my watershed moment. My watershed moment was looking at haha funny Nico Nico ni, look at this cringe anime, and watching episode 1 and thinking, damn, this is peak. That was my watershed moment. It was watching Love Live's School Idol Project episode 1.
I thought your watershed moment was bullying that kid in your school who said, "I like Lucky Star."
No, that was my luck. That was a okay. If you are going there, I can talk about your Keanu episodes as well.
Hey! See, that was.
Okay, fine. We don't talk about our dark times.
Indeed.
No, everyone's suddenly 100% more gay. Okay. No,
but
yeah. Basically, what I wanted to say. What was I talking about? Wait. Yes, I am running at 12 a.m. My caffeine has run out. Yes.
No. Would you like a Celsius?
No, it's over. I had a friend in school. I had a friend in school who liked Lucky Star, who watched it in 6th or 7th grade. I told him, "Damn, you're cringe." I saw that. I used to see ads for it on Animax, and like, oh my god, look at this kids show. I can't believe they're still showing kids anime. It was a dark past. I don't want to talk about it anymore. Thank you.
That's actually really interesting, though, because
no, okay, but yeah, for me,
the visual perception of what is for kids, or like the perception of who a show is for, is like, it's so different between
see, I think my watershed anime
familiar with anime versus people who've never.
My current taste of anime is, again, obviously I'm a idol tard who likes idol shows a lot. But I think my watershed anime, or what made me, I mean, for you, I think it was unique because your first anime was your watershed anime. Let me get to the point. So basically, the point I'm trying to make is my watershed anime was Monogatari, because it made me think about anime. It made me have deeper thoughts than haha, fun thing happen on screen, I laugh, or I am hype thing happen on screen, I hype. It's one of the first shows that made me think about the medium as a whole, which kind of led me to where it is. Because if I had watched Love Live before watching Monogatari, I would have been, haha, fun thing has happened on screen. But now I see the appeal of it. I mean, I see the appeal of it from a surface point of view as well, but I like the what do you say, the character writing a lot, and stuff like this is not something I could have said if I did not think about what Monogatari meant to me. Of course, I used to have a very absolutist take on a lot of things. I was of the opinion, I think even you were aware of this, because I think I was a little like this when we first met. I was of the opinion that anime is an inferior medium, and then that manga
I was of the same. Oh no, I was
not manga. It was not manga. It was, I think, it was visual novels and light novels, and manga to a lesser extent, but visual novels and light novels. Because there were a couple of examples. It was the Robotics Notes visual novel versus the anime, and it was the Overlord light novel versus its anime. Those two, and this, I still have a, let's say, I won't say disdain, but I still have aversion towards adaptations due to this. But basically, that's where the point comes from. My aversion towards adaptations. And then after that, then we come to my third awakening of watching Shoujo Kageki review Starlight.
I wonder who recommended you that.
Yes.
Who could it have been?
I had the show downloaded. I still remember. Yes, I had the show downloaded for whatever reason. I had the show downloaded because it was not Shoujo Kageki. Shoujo Kageki was the more popular one. It was two shows. It was Symphogear and then Shoujo Kageki. I had watched Symphogear. I really liked Symphogear. and I had told, I had downloaded someone. I think I read online somewhere that Shoujo Review Starlight was similar to Symphogear, so I downloaded it and kept it. And then there was a quiz that happened in May 2022, organized by a certain person, where there was a question on Review Starlight, and I said,
I wonder who the person.
yeah, then I'm like, oh wait, I have that show downloaded. Is it good? And he's like, damn, it's really good. So then I still remember when I watched it. I watched it on a bus to Chennai. I think it was for the Jujutsu Kaisen Zero stream.
I don't know how we mirrored like. I don't know how our experiences mirrored almost perfectly because I watched Review Starlight on a train to Shimoga.
Oh, hilarious. Yeah.
Yeah, I remember because the seat was like angled in the seat and the thing you put the tray, the pull-out tray were angled in a really awkward way. So like I had to kind of bend my neck and like really ruin my back to watch it.
Oh, no.
But I still watched it.
Hilarious. Okay.
But yeah.
Oh, we've crossed 3.5 hours. By the way.
We've crossed 3.5. I mean, we're reaching the home run of the segment of
Yes,
this, which
yes.
is more or less, you know, like we have to kind of be upfront about what we're talking about when we say like something is not a good starter anime and so on and so forth. I mean, it's all agendas. All of us have. Oh no,
Biases.
not my work phone.
Oh no.
But oh no, on a Sunday morning. But
Start up.
but yeah, on a Sunday morning. But yeah, okay. So we all have our agendas. We all have things that we want to see happen. And I can speak for me and Dicto here, and for a bunch of people in the comments, the 5 remaining people who are still watching.
Yeah.
So I don't blame any of the other people for
Yeah, but
dropping
it's
out.
late. I'm also getting a little tired.
Yeah.
Caffeine's on
Okay.
out.
Yeah. So
You know what I'm going to do
so
after
I
this?
think
I'm not going to sleep. I'm going to drink another hell and then finish off. Okay.
let's go. Okay. but yeah. So where was I? You weren't these digressions are going
Oh,
through
no.
my train of thought.
I see.
Yeah, so-
I am the
Okay,
person.
okay.
I am the person I wouldn't recommend a VN to. It's me. I am the person right now.
Okay. So
Yeah.
no, but it's so we are thinking of starter anime in terms of what will get people to watch more anime after watching it. What would get people the most curious about the medium, and what would get people to care the most about the medium? Beyond,
Yeah, I mean, okay, here is my take on this. I mean, I think that there is no absolutely best starter one, because I think it's a
Yeah, that's it.
very personal decision based on what kind of shows you like. Because this is like, actually, whenever I encounter someone that tells me they don't like anime, my immediate reaction is, I don't think that statement is akin to the statement I don't like movies, which is I would say most people consider to be a dumbass statement. Because
it's a dumbass statement because there is some movie out there that caters to you
Yes,
simply
exactly.
because of how many movies there are and the diversity of topics they cover.
Yes.
So, it's like saying I don't like books.
There's a question. Is Demon
Word
Slayer?
is illiterate.
Yeah, I know. Unless you're illiterate, I don't think that statement is true. Okay.
Sympathize
No,
with
no.
that
Actually,
statement.
I
Is
understand
Demon
books.
Slayer a good-
No,
is
I
Demon Slayer
understand
a good
books.
starter?
Okay, is Demon Slayer a good starter? I may go ahead. Yes. Cover this.
I mean, it's proven like to be a good starter anime.
Yeah.
So many people start with it.
Yes, I mean,
Is it a good starter?
is it basically the question that you have to ask, is it a good representation of the medium? And hot take, I think it is.
I think it is.
Yeah.
So
Cannot focus that long on movies. Movies are not that long.
don't ignore this opinion. It's not even correct.
Okay.
I know it to be factually false. Thrones.
Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! We have another interesting take that can be covered in this.
I'm not gonna talk about the ufotable syndrome in this, but it's an interesting thing to.
Yeah, actually,
But yeah,
that's a very
coming
interesting
back
talk.
to
Yeah.
it, again, you need to, in my opinion, okay. So I think there are some definitions of good starter that we can um, objectively consider correct, and I'm not even using this word like uh, ironically here. I genuinely mean it. Uh,
Oh
it's
no!
one very obvious thing. Like these are more like no-brainer kind of statements. Obviously,
I am a very
obviously a good starter
I'm
anime is one that doesn't scare you off the medium. uh,
fair.
right? Like a good starter anime is
See,
a good
I know.
anime. One
Wait,
is an anime that gets you to anime 2.
I'm curious. Have you finished Mygo? Hello?
I'll finish.
No, I mean, I'm not calling you out or something. I'm just curious because
I know I feel really bad that I've not gotten
no,
to
no.
it
As a
after
like,
all
okay,
the
don't worry. I will do the same thing to you that I did to Nivi, which is drag you to my basement and force you to finish.
Oh no, not the basement dungeon.
uh, okay, I don't know.
But
Yeah, no.
but yes,
The point that I wanted to make with that statement is that Final Fantasy VII Remake is a good start. Okay, no, I'm sorry, I just read something absolutely hilarious. Okay, my point with Mygo is I think it is close to the perfect introduction to idol shows or idol like character storytelling. It is a very it's a good entry point is what I would describe it as.
yeah.
Which is like I've gotten a few people already into idol like storytelling by making them watch Mygo. By the way, you need to finish certain episodes of Mygo before it actually like comes onto his own. I comes onto his own. That's what I wanted to get to. But yeah, like my example of that is there are shows that get you into certain mediums. For me, it was Love Live, of course, but I don't think Love Live works for a lot of people. I think it works. I think it has a lot of general appeal. People just don't give it the chance. I am of the opinion that Love Live is not very normie friendly. It's not review Starlight.
You're probably right. Again, there's a lot of things I'm into that where I think this should have a like. I think this can be watched by anyone, but then the real life statistics, the eye test proves me wrong. So.
No,
but yeah, coming back to this, I think we can all agree
that's the
that
thing. That's the thing, Nivi. You have to watch other idol shows. Most idol shows are not all positive. That's what makes them fun.
Yeah, that's true.
I mean, obviously, Mygo turns up the melodrama and the negative aspects of the characters a lot, which makes it a unique entrant. It is okay. It is kind of like
something like
it's kind of like watching Madoka Magica to get into Mahou Shoujo. Kind of like that. Okay, yeah, exactly. Yes, exactly. No, I don't think so. I don't think the people.
I don't think so.
Yeah.
I think they will. I think something like Cardcaptor Sakura has goes to some pretty dark places.
No, that's what I think. It's much more subtle.
Something like
it's much more subtle in more shows.
Any of the Tanemura Arena like manga and adaptations, things like Full Mono Sagashite or Kamikaze Kaito Jean, Phantom Thief Jean, like any of those would appeal to someone who likes Madoka. Feel
Madoka Megoka.
Yeah, a progression. It's good to have a good progression, I guess. Like, so that again, it ties into. We talk a lot about good starter anime. We very rarely talk about a good anime 2 and anime 3, but that progression is just as important because.
No, but that's
ultimately
the thing.
A good anime. Ultimately, I think we can all agree that a good anime N is an anime that gets you to anime N+1, and that doesn't scare you away from it, so to speak. I guess for that to happen, and going back to the wager with my parents, that could have very easily they could have very very easily encountered something that made them go.
I think it's a much. I don't
This
think.
shit kind of ass.
Yeah, no, I don't think it's very.
They would have never
No,
watched another anime
I
again.
understand, but I don't think it's that. What's the word? I don't think it's that absolute because, if you're
honestly
taking the
think it
example,
is.
I think no. The reason I'm saying this is because, do you know what my sister's first anime is? Of course, I am responsible for it, but do you know what my sister's first anime is?
I'm gonna go out on a limb and guess something bizarre. Absolute Duo.
No, my sister's first anime is Backstreet Girls
Ayure
Goku Dolls,
Nyoroko.
and she loved it.
I'm calling.
My sister's first anime is
Help.
Backstreet Girls Goku Dolls. She loved it.
Help.
And now she's a JJK fan. The pipeline is not simple. Okay?
So, the illusion of free choice. Start with JJK or start with something else and get to JJK.
Oh, by the
So-
way, you're getting demands in chat.
I know. I am the sole cooking individual in this house. I have to housewife in the kitchen after this
Oof.
to go and make little bentos with the caravan rice and the octopus
Oh, no.
sausage.
Octopus
Yes.
sausage.
So,
Hmm.
but yes, in my opinion, and I don't know if this just applies to anime, but I guess it applies strongly to anime in that for a lot of people who are starting off with it, especially, or who are not deep into it, it's an out of comfort zone thing, right?
Yeah.
Every time you watch an anime, especially during your first, but even anime N that you watch,
Yes.
you're kind of making the same wager that I made with my parents, or that my parents accepted with me.
I see. I
You're-
see where you're going.
You're betting. You bet on everything you watch, right? Like you take a chance on it, and so
Okay.
you should. If an anime, if the whatever you take a chance on shows you that there is something for you in this medium, you will bet on another anime. And if you get a good enough initial run,
Yeah.
right, like of wins over losses on this particular coin flip,
Yeah.
and that's when you get convinced that this is no longer a coin flip, but
I think I've been like
the chances are much
yeah.
higher.
I think I'm
Right?
teetering. See, the thing is like I am not that into K-dramas. For the fact that I think they're a little long-winded for me, personally speaking. I don't like.
I will also confess that I don't watch a lot of K and J dramas because I don't like 1 hour episodes.
Yeah, same, exactly. I think they're a little long-winded. They take their time getting to what they want to say, and I don't
which for
necessarily
me
enjoy that.
Doesn't make sense for an episode because there's only so much you can cover extent-wise in an episode,
That's what,
regardless of length.
That's what I mean. But I have K-drama that I like as well every now and then. But because of certain aspects of it as a whole, I am not necessarily too fond of it. Which I can see people having similar arguments from anime's point of view.
Yeah, no, that's the thing. But again, it really depends on what you you first encounter. I feel like if you're
the Final Fantasy
again, if you're
what do you? One second. I saw something absolutely hilarious on chat. The Final Nivi said the Final Fantasy thing is only partially a joke. I don't think I would have been an anime fan without being a JRPG fan, without being a Nintendo fan, without being a Pokemon fan. The funny thing is, Pokemon's an anime.
Yes, you become a Pokemon fan through anime. It all boils down to anime.
Okay.
It's all circular. Yes.
That's hilarious.
This is literally like this is reading Finnegan's Wake in a nutshell. You know the thing, like the
Hmm.
It's circular novels that complete themselves. Like the
No.
first sentence is
No. I've seen
is the
movies
second
like
half of the last sentence.
damn,
Yeah,
there's a movie like that where I forgot the name of the movie. I mean, I don't want to sell what it is because it's probably a spoiler for the ending. But it's a pretty old
right.
movie,
Yeah,
so I don't want to say it.
Mhm.
It basically at the
Yeah.
end of the movie, it ends at the starting scene of the movie. I forgot the name of the movie. Oh damn it. Okay, whatever.
Yeah. So, but yeah, coming back to this, where was I? Yeah, it's about the wager, right? It's about the the wager you make with whatever you're watching, and you flip the coin right enough number of times early on, and you get crystallized, so to speak. You no longer have to flip coins to, like,
Okay.
watching anime is no longer a coin flip, so to speak. You are now convinced beyond all doubt that this is a rich and diverse medium where there is something for you in various corners of it, and that's a big part of the appeal of anime and manga is that, unlike, for instance, the way cartoons and comics are treated in, say, India, but even say the US, and other places, is that anime and manga is not an interest you are expected to graduate from as you mature, right?
In India,
You're
yes.
not. You're never. you-
I
I mean,
have
in India,
I have heard the words, "When are you going to stop watching this?" several times
I
when I
mean,
was
I
growing up.
mean, no,
I
no.
think
I
now they
mean,
have given up, but
I'm not. That's not relevant to. I mean,
I
obviously
understand
there are
that.
going to be people who say that, but what
No, I no.
wins you over is the fact that you realize this is not something you have to graduate from, because it has, at every stage in your life, it has the the complexity, the richness, and that kind of personalization of taste that you're looking for, simply because of how diverse and out there anime is. It's kind of a wild west, if we want to think about it that way, genre wise. And I mean, yeah, there's a lot of samey stuff that gets made, but at the same time, at least once every year, there is a Sunny Boy, there is a Review Starlight, there is a Tengoku Daimakyo, and Tengotku Daimakyo. But
Tengotko Daimak, yes.
Tengotku Daimakyo. Okay, so but that's the thing. If and this is literally that meme, right, of the person mining who doesn't reach the diamonds
Oh
because
no.
he turns back.
Yeah.
Yes, so gem posting and coal
there is there's an
You need
edit of that with like Ishtar feats, which is hilarious. Okay, fair, nothing.
okay, but yeah, you need to strike. You need to be rewarded early on, and this is not even like anime media or anything. It's pretty well established for, as a kid, you won't know, but it's pretty well established that, initially, if you don't get rewards fast enough, kind of, that's when interest falls off. Like, even for something as simple as, uh, you know, training a dog, for instance. If you make the initial challenge too hard, if the initial activation energy, so to speak, to borrow a chemistry term, I know we have a chemist in chat.
Oh no.
uh, if that's too high, they're never gonna cross that curve and fall down
I see.
the valley of the into the valley of the media. I don't know what I'm saying, but
Words.
you get what I'm saying, right? Like,
Yeah, I see.
you have to make enough good bets early on. And that's where the starter anime and the second anime and the third anime all come into the picture. And so the best starters yes, you need a catalyst for the activation energy to be lowered. And my argument is that your starter anime is that catalyst. Your starter anime is what is what gives you in your mind, because that activation energy is all in your mind. Yes, all in his mind? Question mark. But
It's all in my head, guys. I never watched any anime. I just imagined it.
yeah, but
Yes.
that is what determines what you have to climb over in order to become a truly invested and enfranchised fan.
I see.
And that's where I think these are criteria in which we can come to a more again, not using it ironically, come to a more objective or a more universal, rather, a better word to use here, a more universal understanding of what makes, or a definition of what makes a good starter anime. And note that this definition doesn't pick out specific shows, but rather, it may rule out some shows, but it doesn't select specific shows, because this definition of what is the catalyst is
okay. So
ultimately
basically,
personal.
the best starter anime is the one that makes you watch more anime. That's basically what
I mean, yes, we agreed on this.
Yes.
But the best starter anime is the one, or more, but to be more specific, like, because the mechanisms, a good starter anime makes you watch more starter anime, but why does it do that? And the answer to that is it convinces you that there is more good anime out there to watch. It goes beyond just an anime that you enjoyed in the moment, your 6 hours of content that you then forgot about. But
I love content.
I love content. I love being a content creator.
We are content creators now. It's over.
We are literally content. We lost. We became the very thing that
we swore to destroy.
We swore to destroy. Yeah. Gateway anime that are too good. Comment that I'm reading here. Gateway anime that are too good at hooking their watcher can often lead to them pigeonholing themselves. Yes, this is what we said about overly long traditional starters like One Piece, Naruto, and Bleach, which is that, the sunk cost associated with them is pretty high, and
it's not
you spend so much time with them that you
you pigeonhole yourself in them.
Pigeonholed.
Yeah, you pigeon yourself in them.
You need a quick and rapid introduction to a bunch of good starters, and I feel like that's what drags you into the medium, and I guess that's what brings you back to why did the generation that grew up on Animax in India, like with TV anime, why have they why did they go on to develop a more diverse tastes and more of a willingness to give any anime a chance as long as it's anime? And it's because they had this, their starter was essentially a sampler. Like, Naruto aired on TV and all of that happened, but
oh no,
oh no, it's fine. The new I thank my landlord every day that the house does not have a smoke alarm.
Oh no. But yes,
so that's where I'm coming from, right? Like, these people watched. I mean, because you cannot follow, at least not in the way it was. It played out on Indian TV, because you wouldn't be available for that time slot. You may not be available for the rerun. You have to work pretty hard to watch through. So to watch through a series like Naruto, like every single episode while it was airing on TV, you have to put in a bit of work. It was pretty tough, but that was much easier for a shorter show.
Yes, I agree.
That was much easier for an episodic show where you didn't especially care about completionism. And so what ended up happening is, and of course, since you didn't have a lot of freedom in when you had access to the TV, especially if you were a school-going kid.
Yes, exactly.
You watched whatever was coming on when you watched it. So what people ended up with was a small appetizer sampler of let them cook. No, do not let them cook. Never let blood cook again, on God.
Speaking of, I have a question. Like, did you watch a lot of TV growing up?
Did I watch a lot of TV? Yes.
Okay. I just want to know.
I grew up on TV because
because this reminds me of something. I mean, it's a small digression, but this reminds me of something that I was talking about the other day with Nivi. Do you remember Battle Bedaman?
Yes.
Okay.
Vaguely remember.
Yes. So, like, Nivi has no recollection of any of the show by that name, and I was like,
what?
Wait a second.
But...
Yeah, am I the only one that watched Battle?
It is a thing that exists.
Yes. I was a pretty big fan of Battle Vida one, but yes. No, I was just curious because you mentioned about TV anime, and I just remembered that.
I know.
Yeah. Oh, speaking of a very out of pot.
My local meta was Bakugan Battle Brawlers. And
Yeah, same, yes.
Neither of which I watched.
Oh, speaking of, a very
Speaking of?
digression to end all digressions. You didn't watch the match, huh?
Why would I watch that match?
He fouled out. They tied with Liverpool.
What match? What match are you talking
Okay,
about?
I'm sorry. We forgot about that.
The season is over. I'm not...
Okay. So,
Oh wow, Merino got it.
yeah, I know. Marina got that card fouled out.
Oh man. Okay.
Yeah.
So,
Okay. Well,
anyway, I'm so glad I didn't watch. But
okay.
let it go, bro. It's over. Yes. I agree. I agree.
Why argue with an Arsenal?
Okay.
Why argue with an Arsenal
but-
fan when you can just wait? Okay, fine. Sorry. Continue.
But yes, it is that kind of a random sampler, and streaming in theory should give you that random sampler, but it doesn't.
No,
Because you have the freedom. Because you have the freedom to not sample like that.
No, exactly.
And therefore
I
you
think
don't.
that's my thing. Like, I guess as someone who was the type of person that you're describing right now, I think it all boils down to one important factor, which is that I did not have the choice of watching what I wanted to watch. I was forced to watch something else because of the fact that
Yes.
what was airing. Like, I could not. Let's say there was an interesting show, I could not finish it instantly. It was like okay, let's say I found something interesting. I watched Kekaishi. It was pretty interesting. And then I was
I've heard in a while.
I watched Kekaishi. It was pretty interesting. I mean,
Phenomenal is kinda
my
good.
first ever Kekaishi episode was the season finale. It is hilarious, and then I started watching it from there.
What?
I know it's a TV, right? How am I supposed to control what I watch it? Yeah, yeah. So that's what. That's funny things.
That really was your. Your beginning after the.
I think my taste is pretty varied because of what I watched. The only thing that I did not get into during my Animax days was shoujo, which I got into later. But yeah, that's basically it.
For me, I kind of primed myself to get into shoujo because I think either my 4th or 5th ever anime, like after Lane and One Punch Man and FMAB and all those things, was Nozaki-kun.
Ah, okay. Yeah, I see.
And that kind of even though Nozaki-kun is not shoujo
that's what I watched
primes
Nozaki
you to
as well.
get into
Yes. I watched Nozaki as
after
well.
Nozaki, I went ahead and I watched I watched Kimi ni Todoke. I watched Shirayuki Hime, which is still one of Snow White with the red hair, still one of my favorites.
I remember that used to air on TV. I just did not watch it. Yes, I remember. Okay, yeah.
Yeah, I watched. I'm trying to. Why am I drawing a blank on the name? I watched Kami-sama Hajime Mashite, which
Okay.
again I really liked. Which certain people in this household do not always constantly slander, and it's.
Oh no! Look!
They
His
don't
Arsenal fan mentioned in chat.
Neither my Oh, shut up. We need a new nickname. I don't want to call myself a goose.
Yeah, it's hilarious. Okay.
Yeah, but yeah, so I guess we're saying the same thing in different words right now, but
I think
it's
the
honestly,
conclusion of that is
too much.
Yeah.
Too much freedom is not a good thing. Too much access is not a good thing. But is it though? Because the way streaming is set up now is only one way in which that service could be set up.
No, that's what I wanted to say. It's interesting because it is an objectively better medium than it was in what the early 2000s, like late 2000s, early 2010s was. It's an objectively better medium. You have more freedom. You have a more choice in what you want to watch while having the availability to watch whatever you want as well. But what does it mean for what you are thought? Because absolute freedom doesn't always lead to the greatest outcomes.
freedom doesn't lead to diversity in the end.
Yes.
Freedom, absolute freedom to choose doesn't mean you make all the choices.
Hilarious.
It's no, genuinely, it's if you're free to choose and it's almost like an Occam's razor kind of thing, right? If you're free to choose and one of those choices is your comfort zone,
Yeah,
why
of
would
course.
you not choose
Yeah,
your
exactly.
comfort zone each time? No one, no. No one man should have all that power. Don't look up who said
Don't
don't look up the title of the latest song released by the person.
I know exactly. It's hilarious. The person who said that, the irony. Okay, fine. That's hilarious. Okay.
Oh Lord, he coming. But
okay.
oh, I will not discuss that person.
Okay.
Yes, time is running out. In fact, as that same person once said, the clock's ticking. I just count the hours.
Okay.
So, yes.
What an inaugural
So that's the
episode
thing,
it's
right?
been.
Like, why? It's been. Oh, I do not envy anyone who's had to sit through this, honestly. But yes, I think. Honestly, I think I did arrive at a better understanding of a few things myself. Like that, I know we rehearsed a bit of this, and this has gone like way beyond anything we rehearsed.
Yeah, I swear.
So,
There's a lot of stuff we did
but
cover
yeah,
as well.
I do agree. It makes perfect sense now. Wherein, if you have the freedom to choose comfortable options, why would you never choose them each time? And therein lies I would see it as a responsibility that the streaming services have. The streaming services then would see their only responsibility as like maintaining and increasing shareholder value, so they wouldn't agree with me. But to me, it is
it's infinitely
their
harder.
responsibility to somehow incentivize, more diverse watching patterns. I do not see how, in the long run, it can be anything other than a win for them. Like, imagine a world where everything you release on your platform succeeds and has big viewership. I suppose it is also tied to the way streaming makes money in that, like one person watching one show a month doesn't make them any more money than one person watching 20 shows a month. In fact, the one person watching, if they have a deal like Netflix, where like every hour of a show you stream, they have to pay like a small, garbage, low value royalty to the
But no,
rights holders.
I think just because of numbers, it comes out to not that bad because of how many people they watch.
Yeah,
but yes, that's an interesting topic brought up on chat.
A beginner fan needs a curator and not a streaming algorithm.
See, a streaming algorithm's goal is to make you watch something you will like. A curator's goal, a curator's goal is the same to some extent, but at the end of the day, I like recommending shows that people may not like just to see if they bounce off it. Going out of your comfort zone is something a curator should do that a streaming algorithm will never do because it is inherently bad for it.
Never do.
Yeah.
Because they're trying to accomplish two different things. They're trying to keep people in something, but that something is different between both. A curator wants to keep people watching, wants to like ensure people keep watching anime. A streaming algorithm wants to ensure people keep subscribing to the streaming service.
Yes.
And to achieve the former, the curator is willing to take certain risks that a streaming algorithm cannot take because that's antithetical to what they're trying to achieve, which is stay comfy, stay on our platform. It's a nice, comfy place. We are a quirky brand who will use like 8-month-old memes to like keep you happy. We will reply quirkily, ooh, speak to your social media post. Please stay with us.
The
Sir,
social
sir, please, sir.
the social media intern is literally made for you.
Yeah. So
Oh yeah, we should probably start winding
we,
down. It
we
is.
should probably start packing up,
Yeah.
But because I need to eat these
I need to
not burnt sausages, but
I need to drink some caffeine and finish off some Arknight stages. But yeah.
get help.
Shut up. It's
So-
it's a weekend. I don't have free time. I can't do it tomorrow. Okay.
Yeah, weekend's over, but it's already Monday.
I know.
You know what time it is?
It's 1
It's
a.m.
tomorrow.
Oh no, it's over.
It's over. So that's the thing, right? These are at odds, and unless something again, the problem with streaming, like you pointed out, is not the quality of the service itself. It is the way it's offered and the watching habits it encourages.
I see. Yeah,
Like-
I agree.
Like in an ideal world, streaming lets you select video call.
Video call.
That is,
That's
yeah,
just
no,
Netflix,
in an
man.
ideal world,
Okay.
I know, but in an ideal world, streaming makes a lot of sense. Like you can watch whenever you want, wherever you want, as long as you have the internet.
No.
You can offline
That's
it if
not
you don't.
it. Like
And
that's the
it's convenient, but
interesting part of about this. Like in an ideal world, streaming is what it is. It is what it is right now. But the thing is that ideal world is worse for developing people's taste in a certain medium. It's that simple. Like there's nothing else to say about it. Like if there is no way to make this, I mean, obviously the algorithm's job is to make money. At the end of the day, the algorithm is the algorithm.
Yes.
It don't, in an ideal
the
world,
algorithm wants to keep you subscribed.
but
Again,
in
the algorithm doesn't care if you
Yeah,
watch 20 anime or one anime in a month.
yeah, but that's
So-
the thing. It doesn't really matter, because at the end of the day, if the algorithm didn't do what the algorithm did, the streaming service would not be successful. I mean, we're talking again. We are talking from the point of people that desire
people
something
being-
that is actively not
we-
converting money for a company.
No, but here's the thing: streaming isn't making money, regardless.
Fair. Okay, fine.
This, I think, last year was the first year Netflix turned any kind of profit, and it was piddly.
Oh,
Streaming is an illusion. Streaming is that's why they never release like actual,
numbers. Yeah, I know.
hard numbers. They always speak in some garbage ratio. They're always like the number of casual viewers who watch through their sleeve
phones, yeah.
hole while cooking has increased by 10.4 x or whatever. Okay, or 357%. Like it would have gone from 2 people to 5 people or whatever, right? Like
Yeah.
it's really pointless. Like we grew our subscriber base in Saint Kitts and Nevis by 600%. Okay, like without numbers, these things are meaningless. These stats are meaningless. But they've been doing this smoke and mirrors act with Wall Street and with VC funders and so on, so other investors and so on and so forth. So they've been staying afloat.
Huh.
But eventually they're going to start demanding hard cash. And that's why you see all these cost-cutting measures.
Fair. Okay.
Because streaming at the rate at which it's offered is not profitable. Because as far as, let's say let's say you're like Kadokawa or you're Aniplex, and you're putting all your offerings on a streaming service. To them, they're viewing it as, see, even though people on the platform may only watch one anime per month, or even 3 per year, excuse me,
Yeah.
and they may not even watch, like, out of, let's say, the 200 Aniplex titles, they may watch 5 total. So, like,
Yeah.
but as far as Aniplex is concerned, they have the potential to watch all 200.
Okay.
And so they're going to charge a licensing fee that reflects that.
I see.
Right?
Okay. I see what you mean.
So, and so it is actually quite relative to the price, but they cannot charge that price to the viewer. They cannot tell the viewer, you have access to 200 anime here. Each anime, if you want to rent it on watch it on Blu-ray, buy the Blu-ray and watch it, it's gonna cost you $30. So doing some calculation, we're gonna charge you, like, even if we only charge you, even if we reduce that price to $3, we're gonna charge you 3 times 200 per month. They cannot do that.
Yeah.
They have to charge you a really, really nominal price compared to what they're paying to license these things for various territories.
Let's this is an episode on it, so like we should probably
this is an episode on its own.
Yeah, we should cover the effects of streaming and what it's done to the community as a whole. Right. We've already spoken about it for like 30-40 minutes, but there's more to say.
I know. But I guess where I want to end this topic here is, if there was some way to incentivize, like, because in ways that don't make a difference to the streamer, let's say let's say it's a badge system, like on Netflix or Crunchyroll, you collect badges for the number of different titles you watch, let's say. Okay. And you get some small, like, minor reward out of this achievement. It could be as simple as flair, which costs them virtually nothing to do.
Okay.
It could be something like, you get some credits to get a 5% discount coupon on the Crunchyroll store, maximum value of $2. But, like, I mean, it's possible, right? Like, and people see. Here's the thing. To revisit our earlier statement, through a simple, like, kind of like, take the simplest option, Occam's razor kind of method. If you have absolute freedom to choose, and one of those choices is your comfort zone, you will choose your comfort zone each time. Okay, it's as simple as that.
Yeah, fair enough.
If you have absolute freedom to choose, your comfort zone is a choice, but your non-comfort zones are minorly incentivized, even minorly. Then you have a chance. Those incentives can also serve as catalysts to get you to explore more diversely. That changes the equation entirely. But that's just not how they're set up.
Yeah, makes sense.
I don't think it can be a bad thing for the platform in the long run. Because, let's face it, it is. Yeah, it's corollary to the algorithm point. So yeah, deep cuts are hard to find. They are buried. They are not pushed there. And again, you grow tired. At some point, you grow tired of trying to find them, to the point where you're like, you know what? I'll just watch something for now.
Okay.
And you put on one of the algorithmic recommendations. So, I mean, this is its own topic. This is something we have to cook in the oven a bit longer than these.
Yeah, I think we need to discuss this. I mean, yeah, I think yes. I think let's.
I think let's
wind down.
I think it's a good time to close. As good a time as any to close this.
Yeah.
Okay. Yes. So,
thanks for watching.
Conclusion,
yes.
Thank you. In conclusion, as to whether 100 normies can beat 1%. The answer is, I'm sure they can. But even if 99 of those normies beat me, if I can convince one of them to try a little something different, I feel like I won. That's always how I approach these things.
Fair enough. See, at the end of the day, it's something you told me. I mean, 99 sticks of wood versus is worth it just so that you meet that one person that will get deeper into.
Yes, 99 coal is worth it for one gem.
This reminds me. To end the stream, Tara Stoinsky, president of the Diane Fossey Weeb Fund, has said that people often overestimate the power of Mushiraya, saying that despite Mushiraya having strong muscle and jaws, these traits are used for more protection than a hunting attack. She thought that a large group of normies could use their
reading
ability
off Wikipedia. I mean, yeah, like 100 people. I mean, it depends. If
No, we're not
I
talking
think
about that.
there's ways to say.
We're not
We're
talking.
not going to cover that. We're not going to.
Yes.
Okay. All right.
Yeah. Okay.
All right. So, thank you, minasama. Otsukaresama desu.
Yes, thank you very much. I think this is as good a time to end as any time. Okay, stop